Hello, everyone, and welcome back to session 12 of New Yerra. Cowboy shenanigans back at it again. Um, Mandatory ask, would anyone like to recap last session? We're just going to get right into it today. You know what? Before I forget, I will actually play the music this session.
Thanks, that's literally what I was about to do because you weren't playing anything.
I just want to say, as your fellow DM, I take it upon myself to usually answer your call for the recap because I understand the struggle. However, I feel like someone else should do it today. Just throwing that out there.
That is very fair. What do you want to give it a shot? To be fair, I usually recap the recap once you're done, so it doesn't have to be good.
I'm trying to remember where did we start?
I
On the
believe
boat.
you
Tactical
started
espionage.
with Nash stepping forward onto the boat.
Okay, so Nash sneaking his way onto the boat. He snuck his way onto the boat successfully. Got around there. Some questionable stuff coming to light later. But we got onto the boat. Nash goes into a meeting with the colonel of the boat. And basically the colonel's like, hey, you know, we're gonna be here for a little bit longer, guys. You know, you just gotta hang on. There's some stuff behind the scenes. And Nash perfectly asked the question, you know, hey, everybody, you know, just kind of wants to know what's going on. And it worked. We got information, a secret agent that we all knew.
The least secret agent.
Yeah, that is working behind the scenes to assassinate somebody. And then Nash kind of poking around, you know, kind of getting a feel for the boat. Get some details on a meeting through context clues and a little questioning. And Nash makes his way down and gets caught a little bit and makes a run for it. And our secret agent is chasing after him. Nash makes it out to the front of the boat with Steven watching through bird's eye view from Rodan, and Vaughn watching from the top of a building, eyes trained, sniper eyes. Caliburn comes out. We jack him up. He gets nat 20'd. His face mask gets blown off. He's a weird drowned fish man. Nash escapes. We get back to the bar. The lovely bartender makes some special drinks for Steven because he asked for them. Much appreciated. Very sad later on with the context. We drink, kind of make a plan. We're getting ready to head out. And then a Gatling gun cuts the waitress in half. And most of the crew goes down. After a short fight, we kill everybody. Most importantly, Nash makes his first kill, Bowie knife through the heart. I'm sure Nash is in a good place right now. We leave, figure out where they're going. It's going to be more efficient to take a train to the hunt. Big old hunt that we're going to, and then meet them as they arrive. And then we got some Blackburns to kill.
You forgot
Absolutely.
your bag of holding.
Yeah, I forgot my horse satchel of holding.
The saddlebag of holding, which you had custom commissioned. Absolutely. Yeah, pretty good. After a somewhat successful, somewhat failed political espionage trip aboard the SS Providence, Nash blew his cover and bailed hard. I mean, hard, just booked it out of the room with all eyes on him.
I don't play with that shit.
Just as the assassin and secret agent Caliburn was making his presence known, Caliburn, immediately realizing he has been compromised, sprung into action and gave chase to Nash. Just as they both emerged from the Essex Providence, Vaughn with a natural 20 blew off most of Caliburn's cast iron mask, underneath revealing a somewhat undead and grotesque visage. He's not a fish man.
It's a fish man.
After the party escapes and Caliburn is brought back along the Essex Providence, they hide out along inside their favored inn bar, the Tipsy Seaman. Yes, where the bartender Sarah made you some custom drinks. The next morning, you find out that the Essex Providence has booked it in the middle of the night. The Central Republic wanted no part to do with whatever mess they have just caused in Camden. As you discovered this, a Gatling gun tore through the Tipsy Seaman, downing most of the party and fucking outright killing the bartender. Unfortunately, you guys fought back and thought it best to get out of town immediately, catching the first train to St. George, where you hope that you will beat the youngest son of the Blackburn family there, so that you can not only make it to the Great Southern Hunt in time, but also seemingly kill your mark. We pick up this session as you guys your horses being boarded into the train cabin, which is a totally real thing that I didn't just make up last session. Being the very last carriage on this train is the horse. So they get loaded up, you see your horses get taken away, and you guys get taken aboard the train. You get taken through a series of what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of like people holding travel carriages. They take you to your final the final cabin, one of the final ones. And the attendant taking you was like, that the one at the very front right there, that is a 2 bunks, right? So all 5 of you should be able to fit in there. But these last 2 over here are just 2 single beds in each. So you guys can either bunk up in one, you guys can split yourself among. We're not too packed on the train right now, so feel free to, choose whichever one you'd like.
Thanks.
All right. Well, we've parked you right in front of the bar carriage, which is just one down door over. So hope you enjoy your stay. And she gives a little bow and she leaves.
Appreciate it.
What do you do, Nash? What if we start traveling in a slightly different direction and then all of a sudden you're facing north when you're sleeping?
It is what it is, Cherry. It is what it is.
You gotta accept your fate.
There's a lot of accepting I'm doing lately.
All right, maybe Nash needs to go to the bar carriage. I find that helps a lot.
Yeah, I could use a drink.
I think we could all use a drink or two after these events. So.
Alright. You guys, I'm assuming, place down your kits in your selected rooms and head towards the bar carriage. Yeah, pretty standard. It is not the biggest, but one side of the wall seems to be designated to the bar series of alcohol, and the other just the small series of booths.
Yeah, we just want to get a bottle, pass it around.
Alright, bottle, come right up. See the bartender doing bartender things, which I don't know, but they shake stuff a lot, so he's probably doing that.
For the bottle?
He's just shaking the bottle.
Yeah, the whole time the bartender's just like, I really hope they don't catch on to this.
This is my first day on the job. I don't quite know what I'm doing. Yeah, and so they'll hand you a bottle that Wild West pricings are weird. That'll be $3.
$3. I got this one. Well,
a lot went down. Do we want to talk about, what? I mean, Nash looks like a Johnny Diamonds now. and I'm pretending to be blind still. I don't know if I need to keep this on at this
I
point.
think you can see again, Jerry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're good.
Take off her bed. It's a miracle. All right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Oh no, go ahead.
No, I was
Because
just gonna say my hair's blonde now, so I hope it was worth doing.
yeah,
I think it looks good on you, Nash.
I
I do.
is it right to lie to a person, Steven?
I don't know. I like it. I like blonde
Well,
Nash. He looks
you
like
know
a
what?
gentleman.
Yeah, I think it looks cool.
I guess with Steven dressing like that, I don't know what I expected of his taste. You guys have the same mustache now.
All right, yeah,
Mm-hmm. It looks good.
thank you.
Yeah.
Just a
No.
quick question to the party before this continues. All of your weapons, where have you put? Are they still on your person, or have you put them in your carriage?
I gave my weapons to Steven, I think. Because it would look weird if a blind chick had a shotgun.
Steven probably would have put them in the carriage unless Sherry wanted them. But he's got his cane on him.
Okay.
Like
Well,
Nash has got his side piece on, if that's not unusual.
This is the Wild West. You could bring it into a fucking. You can bring your guns into like an orphanage, and no one would care. They'd be like, "Yeah, this is Wild West." And Vaughn?
Vaughn left his rifle and shotgun in the cabin, but he has his pistol with him.
Sweet. All right. But just clarifying for my sake. Continue.
Mhm.
You know, I think there's some kind of miracle tonic you can use on your hair to regrow it out. I feel like that I've heard something about that in the news, you know? If you wanted to get that length. But I think it only makes it go down to the shoulders. So I don't know what kind of look you wanted to go for, right?
But like I said, skips a couple months growing. If we can get that, I'm in no rush. I don't know. Maybe this disguise is going to be helpful in the future. It's probably a description of a man looking like me going around the Central Republic right now. So
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, isn't that awkward? Because there's the other guy, right? So they're like, look for this guy. How many times do you think he's going to get reported by his own people?
yeah, I'm sure he's in a lot of trouble in general, even though he didn't really do nothing wrong.
He probably deserved it. He was really mean to me when I went up.
Oh, all right. Well, that's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of mean people in this world, though.
Yep. That's why. I didn't, I thought traveling all the way down here, I'd be kind of free from seeing any of them. But seems they travel just as fast as me.
Yeah, we're gonna take care of
Yeah.
that, though, Steven.
Takes a shot. What'd you say?
Also, we're gonna take care of that for you.
I appreciate you guys helping me out. Help me out with this. It's a dark spot for me, and I mean, I don't know. I'm asking a lot from you guys, and I appreciate the help.
It's no biggie.
Now, y'all told me back when we were fighting that crocodilian creature, a lot of people in the world are the actual monsters, and at the time, I think I was naive. I was like, no, people are people. I'm really I was wrong. People are the monsters. I'm a monster hunter. I'm gonna help you do what needs to be done, Steven.
That was a pretty fire of a line. I'm not
It
going to
was a
lie.
file line.
That was that was something. That was something else, Dash. You got me fired up. I just want you to know.
It's a drink.
You got me fired up. I like I said, I don't typically hold animosity towards people if I can help it, but these people have taken everything from me. We and I've never did nothing to them. It's because of my status and where we sat in the hierarchy. They wanted what we had, and they took it from us. So
Yeah, I believe it.
I just want revenge, and then I'm a monster hunter. Like I just want to hunt monsters, like my dad did, like his dad did. But with this, I need to make it right for my family.
Everyone is welcome to make a history check for me just right now.
Hell yeah.
Just going off what?
7.
7.
21.
19.
Us?
We're not a smart group.
Yeah.
No. Ooh. Okay. Cherry and Nash wouldn't know this, but GC Man, Steven and Vaughn. Steven obviously would know this, but it's just a little bit of lore about the Von Severn family. Most of the noble houses of New Yerra are descended from past nobility from the old country. The Von Severn family is the only family to be anointed a noble house completely prior to having any noble connections. It was their monster hunting ability and this kind of how good they were at their job and the whole family business that the old country had then anointed them the first ever noble family of New Era, and that didn't sit well with a lot of the pre-established nobles who didn't quite see them as on their level. It was kind of that, like, there was still that classism clash there, which is where a lot of the animosity started. Stephen, you would obviously know that, and Vaughn, surprisingly, also has heard that.
I grew up in a little tribe. I don't know none.
Vaughn.
Sorry about it. So, Stephen, when you arrive, I feel like we should talk about how we're gonna do it. I mean, do you want to make the killing blow? I mean, it's not easy to take a life, as I'm sure all of you here are aware now.
I would prefer it, but if there's any chance that he gets away, I don't want that to happen. It's front and foremost that and he's gonna be saying this with kind of like a hushed tone, as to not like just yell this out. Front and foremost, he does not make it to the Great Hunt.
All right. I just, I'm watching out for you.
I appreciate that.
We all are, just so you know.
Mm-hmm. And he pats Nash and Vaughn on the back. Here, next bottle's on me, and he brings over another bottle.
That's a
Going
double
around going by the
already?
bottle.
Later.
Yeah, the bartender comes over and
if you could, do you guys have a peach brandy? That's my favorite.
Breed man, I'm sure I can find something. Puts a bottle of just generic whiskey and goes into like kind of the bottom section of the cabins. So I'm sure I got something here. And yeah, pulls out a nice vintage peach brandy. That'll be gonna be a bit on the pricey side. That'll be around $5.
Absolutely. Thank you.
No worries. Guys, about to buy out this entire carriage before we get to St. George. And as the drinks continue, I'm sure more somber conversation to be had bits in there. Before the train has even left the station, you guys hear what seems to be hurried stomping coming from back down in the. There's a word I'm trying to think of. It's not it's like the opposite of commercial, like a residential carriage, perhaps. Where are the people come from? I'm just going to call it a residential carriage, although I'm not quite sure that's the word. You see coming through into the bar carriage, 2 local law enforcement officers, and they seem to be holding a rifle, a Central Republic rifle that they have found in one of the carriage on their pre-takeoff searches. And they hold it. Vaughn, you recognize this immediately as your rifle they have found. Alright. Who the hell owns this? You seem to be, there's like a few other denizens at the back of the carriage who kind of look to each other. They don't strike you or the police officers as the, like, gunslinger types. They don't even have weapons on them. So they kind of put their hands up, kind of do that shrug of, like, not me. They kind of look to you guys being the most grizzled members of the carriage.
Vaughn's gonna reluctantly stand up and be like, "It's mine."
Care to explain yourself? Would you rather do it here or back at the station?
What's to explain? I'm a monster hunter. That's my weapon.
Telling me it's just a coincidence? You got a Central Republic issue rifle? A day day after shit goes down and you're fleeing the city?
We're going down to the Great Hunt. We're not fleeing anything.
Make a persuasion check.
17.
17. The first officer who's holding the rifle seems to be thinking over it. The second rifle seemingly has a piece of paper and is going through each of you, like looking at you, consulting the paper, and consulting all of you. Cherry wasn't seen at the crime and has a different hair color. Nash looks completely different. Stephen, you were in front of the boat, but I believe you had disheveled yourself, correct?
I was by a building. The only reason I was to hit Caliburn was because Rodan had seen him. But I met Nash as he was running out and kind of ran away with Nash. If they would have seen me, they would have seen me.
And Vaughn was on a roof on a completely different building, so he's safe. Make a percentile check. You're looking for a high score to try and see kind of if they can put this two together.
Anyone in particular? Well,
Steven, to see if they can kind of match him to any description seen.
Pretty good.
83, I reckon they'll do it. And with a 17 persuasion, the second officer with a piece of paper kind of looks over all of you, kind of folds it up, tucks it in his jacket, kind of walks back up to the first officer and mumbles something in his ear. And you see the first officer holding the rifle looks at you, Vaughn, kind of inspects the gun, throws it back to you. Looks over all of you.
I appreciate it.
Or at the very least, you're getting out of the town, so can't be too mad about that. And they turn around and they leave.
Man, you need to, like, do something about your gun. You know how much trouble this gun has got you in? Done got you busted a few times. You need to, like, shave off some parts or put some clay on it, reshape it. I don't know. You gotta make this look not so, you know.
Did you just say put some clay on it?
Yeah, you just done shape it, make it look like it's different. Are you gonna solder some more metal on it? I mean, that'd make it heavy.
I mean, I can personalize it if you want to, Vaughn.
Paper mache.
It might take me a while, but if you want anything done to change it, I can engrave it or anything you might want.
Yeah, that'd be great. Mm-hmm. I've actually been thinking about doing some modifications here pretty soon anyway.
Yeah, I'm always here to help. I mean, I need to get the tools first, but
yeah, for sure. and I kind of need to brush up on some of the things I learned while I was still in my tribe. So, it kind of works out.
What kind of modifications are you talking about on this gun?
It's a surprise.
I love modifying a gun. I think a gun should reflect someone's personality.
Absolutely.
It should tell a story, right? About who you are.
Yeah, it is the most basic pistol ever made.
Mm-hmm. Checks out.
Yeah, it's just kind of a sentimental value because of my teacher,
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I mean, it's easy to just pick up any other kind of rifle, but you kind of form a bond with your weapon.
Yeah, you could buy, if you sold my guns, you could buy a house. Like a real nice house. That's real gold. That ain't no fool's gold. I have real gold on my gun.
Mm-hmm.
Real nice stuff.
I mean, depending on where you are, you could trade that peach brandy for a house as well.
You sure could.
It's $5.
Not incorrect.
If you guys, like I said, once I get the tools, and he'll pull out his machine pistol. This was the last design of the Von Severn family right here. It's I wouldn't say prototype at this point, but it's our first working model that I got done. I left my tools at home because I kind of was in a rush, but I can always get more tools. And if you guys ever want anything done to your weapons, I'd be happy to help any way I can.
You guys look at this gun that Steven is describing as like an automatic weapon, and it is truly baffling because during that is unheard of for a weapon to be fully automatic and this small. Like the closest thing besides this to a fully automatic weapon would be that Gatling gun that you guys saw earlier. So the fact that it's so condensed is pretty much a mechanical marvel.
Wow.
You got a little crank for it so you can.
Nope, no need.
Where's the strand of bullets go?
Push in and unload the clip.
Mm-hmm.
Right here.
It's like in the handle.
It's basically a handle loaded. I figured that in my design process, hollowing out the handle and putting the clip in there was the best way to get the ammo right where it needed to be.
Gravity goes. Damn, how does the bullet go up though? That's what I'd like to know.
So, and he'll pull the clip out, and he's like, "So there's this cool. The design's actually really unique. You see, you know how if you condense a spring down, it pushes up. Really, it wants to uncondense.
All right.
So if I take a little like a piece and put it in the clip and in between the metal holders for the bullet, the bullets will push down in there and condense the spring, and when you put it in the gun, the spring will push the bullet up into the chamber to get it ready to be hit and fire.
It sounds like a whole lot of steps that could lead to a misfire, Steven. I don't know. Sounds ambitious.
I haven't had too many. I'm pretty proud of this. Haven't had too many misfires. Every now and then it does, jam up. The shell gets caught while unloading, but other than that, it's pretty seamless process.
To be fair, a revolver is a simple weapon, and even that can misfire all the time. So.
For sure. That's why Natch is like, well, my gun doesn't shoot sometimes, but that thing.
All right.
Well, very
After,
cool.
a little bit more conversation, the train, you hear the engine, the steam locomotive begin to power up, the chugging of the train tracks, and after a small little dispatch, the train begins moving. One of the first trains ever set up down in the southern parts of New Yerra. You guys begin making your way to St. George.
Out of curiosity, the other passengers that were in the bar area with us, what's their reaction once the whole shindig went down with the officers?
It's a mixture of like hunting is such a normal part of culture in New Era. So like seeing hunters is one thing, but also the fact that you guys got stopped by police, there's a little bit of hesitation. So it's like half of it is dangerous people aren't uncommon here, but on the other half, it's like some serious shit went down and you guys were suspects by the police, so there's a little bit of hesitation. But they seem to be carrying on as normal.
Dude,
Okay, so a little unsettled.
we look fucking wild, especially with Nash was the most normal person. Like he kind of leveled it out, but now he looks wild.
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean.
Stephen walking around with a heavy coat tied around him all the time.
3-piece suit.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think Cherry's taking the place of the normal looking one, dyeing hair to a regular color. But then again, you still have red eyes, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, Nash should have just dyed it white, then the whole party.
Trying to be a Valentine?
White hair.
That's genius.
We'll have to rename ourselves. Man, I don't plan to stay blonde too long anyway. This just ain't my color. I feel it doesn't go with my skin tone.
That's fair. I mean, if it's not what you want, we can always get it taken out, or
Yeah, you
You
look
know,
like
find you a
caramel
new
chocolate
color.
or something. You look like what hazelnut would be
delicious,
as a
though.
person.
That don't sound like a bad thing, Cherry. I like hazelnut.
I'm just saying that's what you look like though. You look like honey.
All right, thank you. That sounds delicious.
These
The
are
tone
all
you say makes
amazing
it an
comments.
insult, but the words are flirty. I just can't quite pinpoint it.
Either way, I can put my hat on, cover it up anyway. But I figure with the hat on, I'll look more like my old self. So best keep it off for now.
I don't know. With your hat on, you look a little like hairless almost. It's strange because you usually have like a whole bunch coming out. Now you
Yeah, I
cover
don't like-
most of it.
I don't like that. I don't want to be bald.
I think
That's
that's
fair.
every man's fear.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'll leave the hat off later and then put them in my bag later. And there's a little least of my worries though right now.
I'm sure you're gonna be fine. You're no made man. I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I ain't worried about no Central Republic or nothing. That's a whole ass army.
All things considered, I think that kind of like proved how incompetent they are. You know what I mean?
I was gonna say the same thing. I feel like if the whole army, they're a bit, not that great.
I will say I did get them to shoot each other, so that was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And no questions asked either. They just kind of started.
Yeah, just scream, get that guy, and they'll listen like real easily. Like they were ready.
See why I left?
I mean, hell, they're after you anyway, Vaughn. So what's the matter if they're after me too or not? Just same either way. We're a squad at this point.
Once we get rid of Caliburn, I think most of our troubles will end. And right now, he's probably going to have to lay low until things calm down here.
That or he's extra pissed.
I
He
mean,
did like blow his eye out of the socket.
the more pissed he is, the more likely he is to make mistakes.
Well, hopefully. Ooh. Is the whole Central Republic like that? Are they just bad people also? Is the whole Central Republic military organization just bad, Vaughn?
There's some good ones.
I gotta say, Central Public, they're the easiest motherfuckers to evade. They are real bad at their job, let me tell you.
All the good ones are dead because they actually do their job.
Yeah. Where I grew up, there was not much police force because I was in a swamp. But once I left, I mean, yeah, they ain't nothing. It wasn't until I came down here that I started having troubles, which is funny because that proves that the Central Public kind of not that great.
I mean, hell, we didn't even have any police where I'm from. Not a single one. We didn't have any problems like this. I don't know anyone that could ever kill no one else. Not a single person.
What's going on in your town? What kind of town you from, Nash?
No, I'm from like a tribe on the outskirts of a town. We kind of did our own thing. Me with the rest of the people.
Nomadic or like?
No, I'm mostly settled.
Alright.
On the Panhandle of Florida, around that area.
Wow, and nothing really happened. Just real calm, small town stuff.
We just lived our lives. We hunted for food. We grew crops. We danced. We cooked. We lived our lives. That's it. It was relaxing and peaceful, and everyone that I knew, for the most part, was kind to one another.
That's the way life ought to be lived.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my mom always told me, wherever you go, you should, try to leave the world a better place than when you were born into it. And I thought, wow, the world's already a pretty nice place until I actually stepped foot into it.
Mm-hmm. I done been to towns that are owned by businessmen. Whole town owned by them. And they make people work at their business so they can go home and live in these houses owned by the same businessmen. So they just keep feeding all their money back to one corporate entity. It ain't right.
Do something about it.
I might have at some point. There's a different life though. I moved on from that. We don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, is that so, Sherry?
I was younger then.
A little bit of horse violation?
Yeah, a little bit of horse violations.
The illegal parking of a horse was the official law that you broke?
Yeah. Illegal horse parking.
All horses must be hitched at least 2 yards away from the front door to any establishment. You broke that, so...
You hitched it to the doorknob?
That's a power move, by the way.
Well, shit, I'm glad you did something about that, Jerry. That sounds like a despicable place with despicable people.
Yeah.
Some will be good people in this world, don't you think?
I think there are a lot of good people in this world, but I think they need to be given the tools to help.
Yeah. I wish the world was only good people, though. Why has it got to be anything different? That just don't makes no sense to me. Has anyone ever gotten out of being bad?
Mainly money.
Fuck
Yeah.
money.
That's a typical motivator that I've found.
So money's the problem.
I find that, yeah, money's a pretty bad motivator.
Well, too many bad people in this world. That's what I'm realizing day by day.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm here to... I'm as a monster hunter, I tend to focus on the monsters, but there's definitely quite a few people that deserve to be hurt just as bad as the monsters.
Monsters are just creatures, right? We get rid of them because they hurt people, but they don't know no better. People that are hurting people, and that's far worse because they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I
Yep.
think it's only a true monster that deliberately hurts another person. Truly.
Mhm.
But hey, we can be the monsters that hunt the other monsters.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Gladly walk through hell for a heavenly cause.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to understand your whole deal there, Cherry. It's making more sense to me day by day.
Which part?
The deal part of the deal, the actual deal.
Not the devil part. Let's be very clear.
The fact that I'm saying the fact that you made a deal with the devil for power, I get it. Once upon a time, I said that's foolish, but I get it now. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah. That's why, I mean, if a Valentine has to suffer for the betterment of the people, then I'm all about a Valentine suffering. If I gotta go to hell so I can save, hundreds of people, thousands of people, then I'm gonna do it.
It's noble.
And hell, if saving all these people and I go to hell because I made a deal with the devil, then maybe the Bible ain't totally right, but I believe in my own personal Bible of my heart.
So Nash's eyes open
Whoa!
wide as hell when you say that. Like, whoa!
A lightning bolt goes through the car.
Fuck did you say to me, Smite?
Fuck to say you me, you little shit.
Yeah, I think you're right, Vaughn. I think ain't nothing wrong with becoming a monster to get rid of other monsters. If I plus one monster by being one, but minus 30 other, well, then I've still done the world a favor.
Mhm.
Speaking of that, it might be a good time for me to mention something.
Oh, hell, okay.
Cherry's
Put on the plate.
Gonna put down the bullets she got on the table that have the names engraved in them. You see, I wasn't finding my current situation very lucrative, so I went ahead and I done made another deal with my demon pal. It seems as though that cult we ran into is actively hunting Valentines, and he finds this not to be very lucrative for his business, seeing as he's invested in the Valentines. So he told me to deal with it and gave me these. It's got
One at random.
Roe, Blackbird, York, Duet. Duet? Duet.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Blackburn,
Do it.
Steven. This is.
Mhm.
Then got your
Oh,
brother
we
do
can-
it, right?
We can knock one of those off the list. Maybe right now.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it may not be that Blackburn, because it has to be,
Well-
unless he has association with the cult, because I think this has to do specifically with the cult that's killing off the Valentines, the one we ran into.
Okay.
That cult was being led by a different demon.
Gotcha. Well, as you know, I'm going after all of them, not just
Oh,
this one. So we'll mark him off the list or them off the list eventually. Is there like a time frame or like?
Oh,
Are we
no, not
racing
really.
against the clock?
You think I would let
Okay.
myself be tied into some kind of time frame? I do things when I want to do them, when I have time to do them, goddammit. Demon try to tell me when to do
That's
shit.
fair.
Kiss my ass. Alright?
Yeah. You don't want to end up like Waddy now, do you?
Damn, nobody.
Speaking of Watt, I'm just curious about something, chat. Watt's demon was like centralized to a forest. I felt that's in the scheme of demons, that must have been a pretty weak one on your one little area like that. Yours seems. Where is the territory stretched to?
I forgot his fucking lore. Isn't he a king or something? Amen.
I thought you said Duke at one point.
No. Oh, Duke of Hell. I thought you meant Duke, like fucking the streamer.
Yeah.
University, just go off the web,
It
take off the
just-
walls with it.
It's
just Duke.
playing RuneScape.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know what? Accurate.
No. He's the seventh demon of the Goetia. Governing over 40 infernal legions.
He is sometimes referred to as a Grand Marquis and other times referred to as a prince. No matter what title he goes by, it is incredibly high ranking.
I will say those words.
Alright. It's no chump of a demon, not then.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's-
Not
I mean, if you're
really.
gonna make a deal with one, like, aim high, right?
I mean, I didn't really like pick this one out. This is my family's demon. This was my
Understood.
great grandmother's, decision. So
If I was going to choose to make a deal, it ain't gonna be with like no forest demon, right? Like I want someone who
Mhm.
can at least
Yeah.
get me across the Central Republic.
Mhm.
yeah, I mean pretty much. Cause I mean, you're gonna sue yourself away to hell because you made a deal with like some imp, and then that's not worth it.
Why they just had guns that didn't need bullets? I could just buy bullets.
That's facts right there. And you can buy bullets to do crazy stuff.
Yeah,
Even
I bet.
better than Waddy's bullets.
yeah. Why did like shot? What was it, blood or something? I don't even remember.
Something like that.
We shot him with regular bullets too, and he just kind of died.
Yep. I just hit him with the whip.
It's bad decision making. That's all I'm gonna say. Waddy was a man that made bad decisions in general. Let's just say that
That's-
right there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair. Waddy
Waddy
did
was not a
make
bad man,
good-
but he was not a smart man.
Exactly. Yeah. He's just sitting down there in super hell right now, probably. Really, he didn't need to. None of this had to happen if he would have just said something.
All that said, if I had the opportunity, I would go down there and I'd save Waddy. He may be a dumb man, but I don't think
Yeah,
anyone
no,
deserves
Waddy,
super hell.
Waddy wasn't a bad man, and I got rightfully pissed at him. Rightfully so.
Yeah.
Rightfully so. I got mad at Waddy. However, no, I would not wish his soul to receive eternal damnation in super hell. No,
Yeah, I
he
would.
didn't
I would
deserve
go
that.
down and save him.
Dumbass, dumb man, a dumb
Mhm.
man. Made a lot of bad
Absolutely.
decisions.
Mhm.
Did not deserve that, but God, he's a dumb man.
Yes.
Eh.
Going through the only little forest in the whole fucking continent where your demon has some sway and you don't say nothing about it, and then you're like, oh, what's happening?
Yeah, we had to cross past those like holy crusaders too, so we could have went around all that. And we went
Mhm.
through it, and into the forest. And he was the one who like got exhausted and like his horse collapsed and he couldn't keep going.
Yeah.
So like, it
My horse was
really,
fine. I got the oldest ass horse here, and my horse was
Our
fine.
character, Cash the horse, rolled so bad. Like, he rolled so bad. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. No, I like I said, Waddy. It could have all been. That was all Waddy. That was
Yep.
all Waddy's fault.
100% preventable situations.
Mhm.
Every last one. I mean, that demon we dealt with wasn't even that strong, to be honest. I said,
Yeah.
don't follow us, and then he just listened. That's all it took.
Mhm.
And that demon took Waddy. That's
Yep.
that's a demon he made a deal with. That or work for, I don't know how that all works anyway, but
Yeah.
Roll a religion
Regardless.
check for me, Nash.
okay.
Just because you said something that was incorrect, I just wanted to know if Nash himself would know if that was
Religion.
incorrect.
Probably not, but we'll see. 14.
What did the creature that you used suggestion on? That wasn't the actual demon. That was like a
Okay, yeah. I mean, that worked for him, but he was
Mhm.
nothing anyway. I ain't scared of the stuff right now. I'm over here thinking about demons. Like, I ain't worried about that demon right now.
Yeah, you know what? Coming from a demon family, you really just kind of, you're like, fuck off, you know? For the most part, they don't have too much power. At least, like, the bigger ones don't have much power here, because they're, like, in hell, right? So you're just like, you're just a fucking voice in my head. Shut up, you know?
I will say, he left 2 can-sized holes in my chest. So that was, it hurt. That was pretty rough. But other than that, yeah, I'm with you guys.
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
a little taste of
wasn't really
hellfire that
nothing.
night. I didn't get shot at all. I got burnt. Just repeatedly burnt.
I got shot a lot.
I think I was fine, if I
I'm
I'm
remember correctly.
flammable. You know how fucked up that is?
Yeah, I mean, I once lit a man on fire just by handing him a bottle of your alcohol.
You did. You sure did.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was more flammable than expected, as a matter of fact.
You gotta be careful. You definitely gotta be careful with Sherry's moonshine.
We put to sleep a giant snake with it.
Mm-hmm. And that was just like 2 small barrels.
Yeah, this snake,
Something else.
if it could dream, it had wild dreams that night, let me tell you.
It thought it had legs.
Yeah, it dreamed of a
Didn't know
world where
what
it
to
could
do.
walk.
Didn't know what to do with them.
We got 3 days on a train, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, there's gonna be 3 days on this train. I didn't realize.
I didn't
Yeah.
bring a book or nothing.
I brought
no.
my mead. I was working on some mead, so I brought that with me. Keep me occupied.
Damn it, this is gonna be boring as shit. We done
I
talked
ain't
for
even-
15 minutes.
I,
We have 3 days.
do these have showers? I ain't never rode one.
No,
Is there any kind of bath on here?
Nope.
Anything?
It might be a bath. There's definitely not a shower. Might be
Yeah,
a
I said
bath.
shower. I did that, but yeah. Anywhere to bathe? I feel like I'm gonna get musty.
I don't know.
I'm sure they have some kind of like washroom or something.
We've been running through the
Ye-
woods and
Mm-hmm.
getting shot at. I got blood on me. It ain't mine.
See, I wear enough layers so nobody can see my bleed. It's supposed to make me more intimidating.
All
I
right.
just shower, alright? I just keep myself clean and I stand farther back.
Well, yeah, no, I mean I shower and clean myself. I'm talking about when we're fighting and someone shoots a hole through me.
I don't know. When
They
you
don't
got,
see.
I saw a pretty big hole in you when Waddy shot you. I'm gonna be
Yeah,
honest.
that was clear. That was clear, Steven.
Yeah, I mean those were Coke size, like big old bottle size holes in my body, because he was using big guns. When a normal person, like you saw that chain gun rip through me. I mean I bled, but it didn't show.
You can use your
I
spit
got-
to get blood stains out. You know that?
I got magic for that as well. I just
Mhm.
hum a little tune and the blood comes
Well,
off.
I
do
got
it.
magic
and
in
then-
my mouth, Nash. Alright?
Kind of weird. I don't know if I'd go around saying that.
That has worked for me so far, actually, Steven. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Sherry the Magic Mouth. Is that your name? Is that what you go by?
No.
Magic Mouth Valentine.
I don't know. I already got done too many nicknames. I don't need another one.
I go find a bath and I'm gonna see if there's one on this train anywhere. I'm gonna ask the bartender if there's a place to freshen up.
Yeah, absolutely. The second to last carriage. Last carriage, that's the horse carriage. Everyone knows about the horse carriage. Second to last, that should be the washroom. Right
All
down
right.
at the end.
I'm gonna go soak in a bath and contemplate things deeply for the next hour. I'll see y'all later.
All right, have a good bath, Nash.
As Nash takes off to go bathe himself. I think we'll skip forward. In a few hours, where do you think everyone would be located? Still in the bar? In their rooms?
Steven's gonna work on his mead.
Alright, so Nash is still in the tub.
I'm pruny
Steven's
as
working
fuck.
on me. Vaughn? Jerry?
Vaughn's gonna go back to the cabin, and even though he doesn't have to, he's gonna sleep. He feels like this is like the first time in a long time that he doesn't have to worry about like somebody sneaking up on him and shooting him.
Getting a
Watch
couple
that
hours
be
of shut eye.
exactly what's about to happen.
You open your eyes at Caliburn standing above you.
Just the Ultra Instinct music.
And Jerry.
Man, Cherry's probably still be at the bar drinking. She doesn't have shit else to do. This shit like water.
Alright. I'm gonna say Nash is in a room with no windows. Vaughn is sleeping. So Cherry and Steven in the window to the room where you're making your mead and the window to the bar cabin on the right side of the train as you are riding past. Keep in mind, this train doesn't move very fast. It is a
Mhm.
Wild West train, so it's like a steady chug, but it's not like a bullet train. You guys see out the window a large group of native elves have kind of pushed up out of the tree line next to where the train is running past. They seem to have stopped at the edge of the railroads to rest. They look exhausted. Every man, woman, and child seem to be holding luggage and belongings of all kinds. And between what seems to be a tribe's worth of people, there is a single horse and carriage, also filled to the brim with belongings. And the one thing that you spot that stands out the most is a group have seemed to been surrounded a man who seems gravely injured. Two massive boreholes seem to have punctured him in his lower abdomen, and he seems to be lying down on the ground while others kind of tend to him.
Where's Steven? Is Steven in the other cabin?
Steven,
I assume Steven be in like his
yeah.
booth cabin.
Mhm.
Steven, do you say that?
Huh? I know. Look out! Oh yeah, that's crazy.
Steven, I got magic hands. I can help him. She's got her hand on the window.
Do you want to help him?
Do you think they're going to stop the train? I don't want
Absolutely not. They're not. They would not stop the train.
As you guys are having this discussion, another woman comes running out of the residential cabins to the bar cabin and kind of gets stopped, intercepted by an attendant at the very start, just before the actual where the captain is to do the actual train stuff. I'm really good at train terminology. She seems to be begging, like, if you just stop the train, please, just give me 5 minutes, I can help him. Just, you gotta stop the train. And she seems to be trying to convince, just as you were saying before, to stop the train.
How long is this train?
How long is it?
Yeah, this goes not that fast, right?
Yeah, not that
Cherry
fast.
has a brilliant idea.
It's probably the actual locomotive part of it, the bar cabin, I'd say maybe 6 residential cabins, bathing horse. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, around 10 carriages long.
Does
Alright.
this train have, what is it? You know how like on like the back, they have like the railing or whatever? So you can like step outside?
Yes, each booth has a balcony on the front and the back. To get in between them.
Could I time this to Misty Step outside and heal the person and then Misty Step back onto the edge? Or would it take too long?
I'm going to roll a persuasion check on the lady who's asking to see if the train just stops. And if it doesn't, I will let you attempt to do it.
Listen, if Steven sees me, he'll get them to stop. If I fuck it up.
The lady seems to be begging. The attendant seems to relinquish and then go into the front cabin and stop the train. The train eventually comes to a stop, and you see the lady. She's a tall woman, straight red hair with blue eyes. She looks a little bit older than the rest of you, perhaps nearing middle-aged, but still seems to be quite athletic. Freckles
Cherry, you gotta
all
go
over her skin.
fast.
What?
Before she steals your thunder, you gotta go, Cherry, go! They stopped the train just for you.
I'm Misty stepping outside.
Cherry, completely dismissed. I'd say at this point with the commotion, Vaughn, you'd probably wake up from your nap, and Nash would notice that the train has stopped, if that is any indication for you to get up.
Cherry's Misty Step, by the way, is literally a strike of lightning and then another strike of lightning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Thunder goes off in the bar cabin, and then you appear.
So wait a second. Does the lightning come from the sky or?
I thought about this. It just comes from whatever's considered the roof, so it wouldn't go through the train.
There's just a hole in the cabin now.
The bartender screams.
No, it's okay. We're monster hunters. Is there something she can do?
That does not. You cannot use that as an explanation. That doesn't explain shit. Jerry teleports only 30 feet, so you can probably get out of the cabin and a bit further back. As you do that, the lady swings around and like sees you and is like confused, kinda.
She's running. She's running, but she's drunk, so she's stumbling, but she's running.
Okay, and she begins making her way as well. As you approach and you get a bit closer, I'd say it's probably like less, like a minute maybe away, like as the train has continued to move. As you get into their line of sight, all of them who seem to be carrying weapons knock their bow and arrow as you approach.
That's fucked up. I'm here to help. I have healing. I can heal.
Are you saying this in common or Elvish?
Well, they're all elves, so... I say it in Elvish.
Elvish. They seem to kind of cock their heads, seeing someone dressed kind of as a Western as you are speak their native tongue, but they kind of clock their ears and they kind of begin to understand. You see one of them who seems to be adorned in kind of the most ceremonial garb, kind of the high ranking, you would assume to be the chief of the tribe.
What are they, high elves or are they wood elves?
These are wood elves, so they look more akin to Nash than they would Vaughn.
Okay. She's like, I'm one of you, look at me!
A lot of them kind of lower their bows, a few of them still trained on you. And what exactly are you here to do? You see, like, the leader.
She rolls up her head, it's got lightning. I got defibrillator hands.
I don't think there would be an Elvish word for defibrillator.
Not only that, defibrillators wouldn't exist in this time. You described not only something that doesn't exist, you described it to people that do not know what a defibrillator would be.
I don't know.
You see, at this point, the lady catches up behind you and is like so out of breath, just tracing a drunk lady down the side of the train. All of the arrows, once she gets there, all of the bows immediately come back up and are trained on both you now. She screams and begins saying in common, I'm just here to help. And you realize that there is a complete language barrier between these two groups.
I imagine Vaughn would be like making his way towards this at this point.
Mhm.
and in very, it's funny because you have like Elvish, and then you have like Elvish, like native
Mhm.
tongue, like tribal Elvish, and he's gonna start speaking them and say, "We don't mean you any harm. We're just gonna try and help you as best we can."
I'll make a persuasion check. I'll let someone take the helm, and someone else can give advantage. So between Sherry and Vaughn, whoever wants to do what.
Come on. Good roll.
Cool. 11.
They still really seem to be hesitant. They don't know what a train is. They've just seen a bunch of people get off it and run towards them. This is
Oh my god, he's dying. He's dying right now. Look at him. He's bleeding out. It's all your fault. Look, he's dying. You gotta let us help.
this older lady who's with you pulls out what seems to be a bottle of like red liquid. And she turns to you lot and like you do. I don't think they can understand me, so I'm just gonna tell them I'm just gonna leave this right in front of them, and they can pick it up as they play. This is a healing potion. It should be able to fix them up, at least temporarily. She's
That
gonna
looks like
place it
liquor. Are
down.
you sure that's healing? What is this lady talking about?
She's gonna place it down in front of them and kind of back up and kind of look to you if you wish to communicate any further.
Yeah, in the old world Elvish, Vaughn is going to explain that it's a healing potion.
You see the chief walk forward, kind of pop open the lid, give a sip of it, and after a couple of seconds, realize it's fine, and then go take it to the man who seems to be. You can see it's a mixture of blood loss. He looks pale, but also almost infection has begun, kind of to like take hold in these wounds. So he walks over and begins administering the healing potion. After that, a lot of the bows seem to lower. Stephen and Nash, you guys are welcome to rock up at this point as well.
Steven would have Rodan come from the horse cart and just kind of sit on top of the train and watch in case he needs to come out there for any reason.
Alright, so no worries. Nash?
I think Nash, when the train stops, he's on edge immediately. First thing he does, put his pants on, grab his gun, and go to the nearest place out, and then kind of just watching what's going on a little.
Alright, so I'd say from one of the back balconies of the train, you're just posted up there watching. You see the chief turn to you guys and just look at the lady who's with you, who even he knows doesn't speak Elvish, and kind of turns to you two who have been communicated. On my behalf, please thank her, and thank you too.
Vaughn will turn to the lady. He says thank you.
Alright, well, just kind of be of help.
And he'll turn back to the elder and be like, "What happened? Are you guys fleeing something, or?"
Yes, our camp was attacked by something. A lot of the hunters were out that night. It was dark. Not many people actually got a good look at what attacked it. The only person who did as well. And he turns to the man who's like, at this point, is pale in a cold sweat. The only person who really saw it is unattentive at the moment. Most of our horses were killed. So we thought it best to flee. What we're fleeing, we don't exactly know.
How far back is your camp?
It happened last night. We've been traveling for a couple hours now.
Let me see. Has like any of the train officials come out yet, or are they just kind of keeping to themselves?
I would say, yeah, a few of the attendants have like come out. There'd be probably about halfway between where Nash is at the back of the train and halfway where you guys are. Kind of making sure they're still in touch of the train, but also being able to survey what's going on with you guys.
Okay. Vaughn's gonna turn back to the chief. No guarantees, but I can try and speak to the engineer here and see if we can accommodate you in some of the free cars.
He thinks that over. What direction are you guys heading?
We're heading south. We're actually going towards the Great Southern Hunt.
He kind of turns back and confers with a few of the other elders. That would be extremely helpful if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I'll check with them and see.
You look and you realize there aren't many people and they have a lot of gear and they have done their best. Like even kids are like carrying things that are like twice their size.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Vaughn's gonna go to the nearest attendant and be like, "These people are pretty down on their luck. Do you think we can give them a ride further south?"
You see one of them begins to go, well, they would have to pay for a ticket, and then the other person kind of slapped them on the shoulder. We have the free cards. We'll load them on. We have a spare room in the horse carriage for their horse. I think it's fine. Make a persuasion check on your part with advantage because one of the other attendants is helping.
How much was the tickets? Wasn't it like $3?
I don't think it was that expensive, was it? It was probably I think it was $1.
I think it's $8. $3 for the horses. They cost more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The horse
That's
How
cars
many?
are most
How many
expensive.
are there? How many people are there?
Oh, there's a significant amount. There's probably around like over 50 people here. It's a case of like you could load them onto the train, but like there's not enough individual booths to fit them all. Like people would be like doubling up and stuff like that. But with the 23, you see the one who kind of like they should pay. Kind of, you're out. I'll go let the captain know if you want to help them. Start loading the most stuff up. I'll let him know, and he begins running back to the train.
Vaughn will go back to the chief. Yeah, they said it's fine, so we can help you start loading up your stuff. The horse can go in the back car, and it might be kind of a tight fit. Some of you may have to double up, but we can accommodate you.
We appreciate this. We are incredibly grateful.
Yeah, no problem.
Is the dude who took the health potion still fucked up, by the way?
How do I want to roll this? Because it's a mixture of like health points wise, he would have been restored, but there is still stuff like an infection and like a fever that a health potion doesn't quite cover. So he's on the mend, but it's not like he just drank it and is like roaring and ready to go. If that makes sense.
Would it be like poison status?
He took like
Something
a whole
akin to
bottle
that.
of NyQuil, and he's just like he's fucked up.
Yeah, like you see the bore holes in him like close up and stuff like that, and the bandages at this point probably wouldn't be necessary. But yeah, a fever and infection.
Yeah, and Vaughn will start kind of like guiding everyone on and doing his best to help with a lot of the luggage.
When Steven sees this, and hears this, he'll step out and start helping people board and help move stuff. Mainly, he's pretty strong, so he's gonna help move all the gear and stuff in.
Yeah. You see, like the kids seem to be like carrying just like small things that they can, like maybe personal belongings. A lot of the hunters that you can tell are more like older, more athletic, seem to be carrying with you, Stephen. You don't speak Elvish, do you?
I do. I speak
Oh, you
Elvish.
do?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Como
So, yeah.
estas?
Oh, I love the idea that your Elvish is just like super.
Spanish. Just Spanish, not even Elvish.
It's so good. Yeah, so a lot of these hunters seem to kind of like give you like nods of respect and like thank you for like helping them. Someone roll me a d4.
I'll do it.
Nash, are you helping or are you still watching from the back of the train?
No, I'll help as well. Yeah.
Alright, perfect.
I mouthed a little bit like I'll help too. Yeah, me too.
Alright. Okay, so 3, that is Stephen. Stephen, as you walk over to kind of grab like what seems to be a crate, someone else from the other side kind of goes to like give you a hand. You look to your left, and there seems to be a child, like a little boy, and he just kind of whispers, "It was a 2-headed bear," and then he runs back into kind of the group, and you kind of lose him in the shuffle of things going on.
Is a 2-headed bear? Is that? And he'll kind of help finish carrying this, and he'll basically let Nash, let Vaughn, and Sherry know that it probably could have been a 2-headed bear that attacked the group or this tribe. Or something of that nature.
That's 2 heads to mount for the price of 1. 2 bears, 1 stone.
Y'all want to go hunt there? We got time for it.
I don't know if we got. It depends on how long this train's gonna be stopped, but
They traveled a whole day, didn't they? Say that.
They traveled pretty far, so I don't know if we got the time for it.
They
Maybe
said a
on the
couple
way
of hours, didn't they?
afterwards.
Yes, well, I should say more than like a handful. Like they were attacked that night. You guys have been traveling a couple hours since the morning, so there's a little bit of like as soon as like there was a time where they had to collect themselves, get everything ready, and then take off. So travel time would probably be around 4 or 5 hours.
Okay. First thing Vaughn is going to do is he's going to climb on top of one of the cars and kind of like look from the direction that they were coming, scope down, see if there's any obvious signs of them being pursued.
All right. You climb onto the horse carriage. There are like these little slots in kind of like around the upper echelons for the horses to kind of like see out, so they're not just in a fucking like tin cage. Iger Sax, notice you climb up. What are we looking for, Master? You don't understand what he's saying. Yeah, and you make a perception check.
All right.
I'll give you advantage because Iger Sax is helping.
Okay,
You
cool.
see Chlamydia is also up there.
Yeah. You shoot your left chlamydia to the cage.
Oh fuck.
19.
19. 5 hours of travel, even at a slow pace, it's probably a whiles off. But anything close to you can't see any form. Like there's no disturbance in the trees. The trees are fine.
Okay.
Uh,
Vaughn will climb back down to the party. I don't see anything out there, but if you want, we can speak with the attendant and at least see if we can go scope out the area.
I can send Rodan out there, right, Rodan? And then Rodan will go off in that direction to scout.
Yep. Make another perception check with Rodan's perception.
I keep forgetting to. Oh, don't want that. I keep forgetting to hotbar this, so I have it on hand.
That's
I
true.
get +4 and it gets advantage. That's all I need to know.
You have the Beyond 20 extension? Because you can just pull up the stat sheet for the hawk and roll from there.
18.
18. I'd say with that to get an in-depth perception, Rodan might have to be out there for like 10, 20 minutes. But currently there doesn't seem to be much. You pick up the trail that the tribe has traveled, but there seems to be nothing on their tail.
Alright. Steven will let everybody know. And just have Rodan keep circling the area and watching out.
Well, it's up to you guys. Do you want to go scope out?
I don't know if we got time, or I don't know if this train's gonna sit here and wait for us to travel hours there. Then we gotta find whatever did it and then traveling back. I think we can hit it on the way back, but I don't know about right now.
Right, so two-headed bear. There are worse things out there than two-headed bears. That's
It might not be specifically a two-headed bear too. This was a small child that said this to me, so
we all
It
saw
could
the
be.
man got messed up. Did it look like bear attack?
From eagle vision it looked like he had two big tusk holes in him, so I don't know if it was a bear specifically. Something pierced him, maybe two big teeth or horns. Had to be one or the other.
I done warned you about them horns. I'm just saying, I done brought up it got horns, you know. It could be deadly. And you guys were like, no, that's not true. Now, if this thing has horns, I told you so, part 2.
In general, I'd be all for going to find this thing, but it seems to be that this group has already escaped the danger, and we got a bigger quarry. That's my take on it.
Maybe we'll help them on our way back from the southern hunt.
Yeah, we can travel back with them and then be like going ahead and all that. I don't think it's great to give yourself like a time limit on a hunt. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
we have no idea what it is or how long it'll take. So, and we don't want to leave people waiting because there are other people on that train who have somewhere to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think
Guys,
side of that.
finish loading up the carriages with the remaining belongings of the tribe. The chief walks up to you guys and introduces himself as Chief Hakan of the Nayadi tribe. He goes to shake your hand, just as like, thank you. Formalities now in place after business has been taken care of.
Steven will take off his glove to shake his hand.
Kind of gives you a nod of respect for that. The injured man seems to be loaded on. He's walking now, which is a good sign, but his arms are draped over two people as they lead him into the carriages. And after about 20-30 minutes, most of the gear is packed up and the attendants signal for the train to head back out.
Rodan will now be flying with the train. And just keeping an eye out for anything that could be coming towards the train or anything like that.
Perfect.
Can I get spellings on the chief and the tribe?
Absolutely. I'll post it in...
Okay, I was curious if that's how the spelling was for Hakan. G-Steven's the only one that knows.
It's the actual Native American name.
Is he moist?
No, he
Would
is
you say
of
he's
average
oiled
moisture.
up?
He is of average moisture levels.
Oh,
Okay.
that's the Street Fighter dude, right?
Yeah,
With the
that-
oil
yeah.
on himself? Yeah. There you go. Okay.
Would you say his skin is red,
No, that's
Okay.
I think
like
that's
blood red?
a
It's like a racial
stereotype.
slur. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
that
into
is being
dangerous territory with that
disproven.
question.
Absolutely not. They have the same skin tone as Nash. They're wood elves. Yeah. So train gets back. into motion and continues traveling for the rest of the day. Would anything happen of note on your guys' part from now till it's time to head to bed for the night?
That girl stole my thunder, Steven. She has her hand on the window. You were right.
You'll get him. You'll get him next time.
I'll
Cherry.
remember this. I will remember this, Steven.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we tried. We tried. We really did.
She's a bottle. She drinks from it, chugs it down. Then she'll just keep staring out the window.
The lady who stole your thunder is located in the bar compartment. She seems to be having a drink, just kind of by herself.
That's why Cherry isn't in there anymore. She had to purchase her bottle and leave.
We've purchased 3 bottles from this fucking bar.
You purchase the third one and you begin to leave, and the bartender's like, "No, you can't take that into the." Okay, all right. You keep going.
Sherry opens the door, and Nash's mead is a brewing.
Nash or Stevens?
Steven's blueberry mead
I
is
feel
a
like a
brewing.
new hobby as well. No.
Everyone's gotten real into alcohol lately.
Nash has got his own mash.
Vaughn would talk with the chief at some point during the night and just say, "I'm glad you're all right, but I did have a actual favor to ask if possible."
Absolutely. You've done already so much for us. The least we could do.
It's been a while since I've practiced the old ways, magic. I was hoping maybe I could get a refresher.
I'm afraid, as the name suggests, the old ways have been lost, even some tribes. Unfortunately, and I am small but ashamed to admit this, not many, that's being generous, none of the members of our tribe are unfortunately gifted magically.
Fair.
If
I
you're
don't-
looking for any, perhaps lore, just general teachings, would be happy to do our best in that, but in actual magic practicing, I'm afraid we can't help.
Yeah, actually, that'd be great. I've been meaning to kind of study the old ways again, and who knows, maybe I'm gifted magically.
Would be happy to see.
Yeah,
And if you're
Vaughn
more than
will-
willing,
Go ahead.
if you're more than willing, the chief will sit you down with some of the elders. Now, the chief is like older in nature, but like you sit with like the elders. You know what I mean? They kind of like sit you off in one of the. Literally every single one of the cabins have been filled up, so a lot of the remaining members get grouped up in kind of like a storage cabin. That's pretty much empty, but you guys set up bed rolls and they kind of turn that into a you guys won't get this reference, but a bit of a Mirai situation there. And you get sat in the back of that carriage, and make we'll do an Arcana check to see how much you can kind of get from these teachings.
4.
It's a slow night for Nash, but
For
you do
Nash?
get some of the basic. For fuck's sake.
Damn it.
I'm popular today.
It's happened to all of us at one point or another.
Nash on the mind. It's a slow night for Vaughn. Perhaps you don't discover any powers innately in yourself, but regardless of what you rolled, you do kind of get more in touch. Just kind of they go over the basics with you. It's kind of they believed inherently that magic was once plentiful and that humans did not need to go to other places. A lot of the Western magic, like I've described before, comes from humans realizing other beings in like kind of different realms have magic and have kind of siphoned magic from that. Demons, eldritch beings, even holy magic to some extent. But old teachings of elves, especially in New Yerra, well, New Yerra is the Western name, Yaranderi is the Elvish name for the continent. Truly believe that like magic was plentiful. Any human did not need to reach far beyond the realm to access it. And you also get a little bit of refresher of like religious teachings that there are different gods of multiple different aspects. The Elvish have a kind of all-encompassing pantheon rather than kind of the Christian teachings that have been brought to New Era of just one god. And I think with the 4, that's probably all you're going to get that night.
Okay. And essentially the same kind of teachings that Vaughn would be familiar with from being up north, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Gotcha.
You probably learned that like a name of few new gods, like just like different tribal, especially in the distance from where you are now to where you grew up. You probably prayed to different gods and were aware of different gods, but most of the teachings are pretty set in stone, regardless of tribe.
Mhm.
Yep. There's a policeman outside my house.
Exciting.
Alright.
I'd like to talk to. Well, first, let me ask a question. The healing potion that the woman gave, is that a common thing? Like,
alchemy is very common in the old country. It's a bit rarer here. I would say out of everyone, Stephen would have seen a healing potion before where he grew up, kind of in the northern, the northern states of New Era. Very similar. That's kind of like point A for when a lot of the immigrants came from the old country. Down south where you grew up, ironically, Savannah was kind of that breaching point in the south. So of all places, I think if anyone would have seen it, it's probably you, from just like where you happen to grow up. Once again, super rare. You probably didn't have an alchemy shop in Savannah, but it was a dock port. It was a port city, so a lot of exports coming in and out. It's very likely that you would have seen at least one in your time down there.
well, if that's the case, then Nash ain't gonna make a too big a deal out of it. I think he'll go to the bar and simply like thank the woman for helping the tribe.
Yeah. You go to meet her. Oh, absolutely. Don't worry. It's kind of what I do. I try to help as many people as I can. People call me Doc, and she'll hold out a hand.
Well, that makes sense. People call me Nash because that's my name.
Well, that makes a lot more sense. So, pleasure to meet you.
You as well? Yeah.
You see out of her shoulder, from like underneath her collar, a little rat head pokes out and squeaks at you.
Well, that's probably not something you're supposed to have on the train, if I'm being perfectly honest.
That's why I try to keep him tucked in. This is Speedy.
All right.
He's well trained.
Good to know, Speedy.
Speedy nods at you.
Oh, a knob back. All right, it's like Rodan or something. Okay, it's one of them.
Rodan?
Yeah, it's bird. It goes "Arr!" and it's up above the train right now. My friend, it's his bird. He I don't know. It comes from somewhere. That's vague. I know, but I don't know.
Familiar. Speedy is a. I don't actually have magic myself, but I found a spell scroll a while back.
Well, so cool. It's a magic rat, and you're familiar with them. That's good to know.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the rat.
Okay, cool. So you do make healing, like juice?
I'd actually like not too magical myself, and even alchemy is a bit out of my range. I only had 2 of them. I kind of picked them up in my travels. I used to be a doctor though, in Savannah.
I got a good friend who's a doctor. He was down in Charleston. His name's Leo Escada. You ever heard of him?
I don't think I have. I haven't been to Charleston. I'll have to stop by sometime.
That's a man well versed in his craft. Well, anyway, as a thank you, I just wanted to give you, and now that I know you're a doctor, I think you'll get more use out of this than I will. I'm gonna hand her the bag of cocaine that I have from Leroy.
Oh, and she, like immediately like realizes what it is and pockets it, not as in like I want this, but as in like this shouldn't be out in public kind of thing. So she like, oh, you just carry that around?
Well, my friend Leroy gave it to me, and I know, as a doctor, it keeps your hand steady and it helps you when you're doing surgeries and amputations and the like. So I ain't got real plan to use it, and my friend Leroy gave it to me. I thought, it'd be best in your hand. It's a little thank you for helping that tribe out. Not everyone's willing to do that kind of thing. I heard you got them to stop the train, so.
Where did Leroy go to medical school?
I don't know that he did. Is there school for medicine?
Does he have a doctorate?
Well, he is a doctor.
So he has a doctorate, so he went to school.
I mean, he doctors it. I mean, you mean wounds? Yes.
He also made these boots.
Oh wow. Thank you for the cocaine.
Yeah, that's all I got. I was gonna say anytime, but it really ain't because I don't got any more. But it's not a problem at all.
Okay. Feel free to come grab it anytime if you'd want it back or
Well, I
something.
don't need it. No, you're a doctor. You need it more than I do.
You're right. Right. Doctor does need a bag of cocaine every now and then. I'm not sure I should be reinforcing that knowledge in your head. I know I repeated that.
Common fact. We all know it.
Give it a speedy? No, don't give it a speedy. Why would you even say? All right.
You're real speedy.
Woo!
Well, anyway, that's all I wanted to say. It was a pleasure to meet you, Doc. If I get shot, I know where to find you.
Absolutely. Thought I'd mention, you lot seem like hunters. You heading down to the Great Southern Hunt?
Yeah, we are.
Be a pleasure to hunt alongside you. I'll see you there, huh?
Oh, wait a minute. You a hunter?
Well, once my practice closed down, that kind of came to me that I heard a lot of hunters die of their wounds long before they make it to my office, so I thought my skills would best be used out in the field. So, hunter, the official title, but I don't do much hunting. I accompany those who do the hunting, and I make sure they make it back to the family safe and sound.
Damn, I'm glad I gave you that bag after all. You're gonna be busy.
Once again, thank you for the cocaine.
Yeah, well, I look forward to having you around if the monsters try to eat me, as I'm sure they will.
All right, I'll be right there by your side. You see, she pulls out what seems to be like a medical bag, and she kind of pops it open. You see, there were 2 slots for a healing potion. One of them is empty, and then she puts the bag of cocaine where the healing potion would be, and then closes her little kit back up.
Both equally as valuable. It makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, Nash ain't gonna linger. He's just gonna, give her a nod and go back to staring at the wall or something. Ain't a lot to do around here, but
As you leave and there are less eyes on her, you just notice that out of her sleeve, Speedy kind of pokes his head out and grabs the whiskey that she's sipping and starts having a little sip of his own.
Yep, that's unsettling. Something about them animals ain't right.
What? Rodanus is normal.
Yeah, I just don't care for Rodan either. I'm just gonna put that on the table.
And a pristine bald eagle. That's unpatriotic, Dash.
Yeah, that's fine. Nash ain't a patriot by a stretch of the imagination.
All right. If there's nothing else to be happening that night, the rest of you, without needing to take watch, but you are in the confines of a safe carriage. I keep wanting to say cabbage, but that's just blatantly incorrect. A safe carriage. All of you can mark off a long rest if needed. And during the night, I would like a Constitution saving, not a saving throw, a Constitution check from each of you.
Constitution check.
12.
20.
Oh. Oh no.
All right.
Sorry,
Oh,
Uh,
sorry.
Stephen and Nash, don't worry, this was just to see how steadfast you were sleeping. Stephen and Nash, both failing the DC. You guys are awoken to the sound of howling.
Oh shit.
Like,
yeah.
you guys you wake up and there are wolves in this part of the country. It's nothing out of the ordinary. So unless you guys want to do anything specific, that's all that really happens. Just waking up to howling.
Steven, when he wakes up, will look through Rodan's eyes and survey the area.
Do eagles have dark vision?
Eagles do not have dark vision.
Alright. It is in the middle of the pitch black night, but they do have advantage on, I believe, perception checks. So I'd say the darkness cancels that out and just give me a straight roll through Rudan's eyes, please. Perception.
13.
Unfortunately, Rodan doesn't see anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a passive perception of 19. I just want one question answered. Do the sounds sound like they're coming from outside the car or inside the car?
Outside they're coming from within the forest. It's not like right next to you. It's like a while away.
Here's my thought. Someone got bit. Werewolf. There are werewolves on the train.
Oh, okay. That's way better. Never mind. It's coming from inside the train. Okay.
I think Nash would like to peek out the window if he's near it. Just kind of look. But if I wouldn't think too much of it.
Make a perception check. If you are actively going, I'm not going to use your passive.
27.
Fucking hell.
Or 22 at disadvantage.
Even a 22 beats it. Because it would be... No, you have dark vision, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But I think these would be out of the range of your dark vision.
Yeah.
But even with disadvantage of that 22 beats it, you see faintly... I'm going to say you rolled enough to see this, but this is all you're going to see. Movement. Tracking the same direction through the tree line as the train.
That bear's riding a motorcycle.
I think if Nash sees a thing, more out of curiosity, I don't think he's afraid of whatever he's hearing necessarily at the moment, but he's just going to kind of like watch it as you would do anything interesting you see. He just kind of like watches it as the train goes by.
Yeah. I'd say it is large, but it's more canine shaped, as the howling would suggest, rather than bear shaped. And it seems to be, I'd say, depending on how long you watch it, you kind of see it in the tree line, and then perhaps it goes a bit deeper into the forest to, like, there's too much foliage, and if you watch it for a bit longer, it might come back into view. And just kind of like on and off. Something seems to be following the train. The train isn't going fast, so these things aren't like hauling ass, but they seem to be interested in whatever this is.
These things, so it seems like more than one.
Yeah. That's a slip up on me as a DM, but yeah.
All right. Well, that's the case. It's the middle of the night. It ain't attacking the train immediately. No. I don't think Nash is going to say anything about it. I think doesn't fall right back asleep though. Just kind of does like the dad after a long day of work, like sitting up, kind of in and out, kind of sleep, and checks out the window every now and then. And in the morning is gonna let the group know that I saw some shit.
As you're up the rest of the night, you do hear what you would have heard, regardless of the perception check, is other howls, that seem to be. They don't like thunder. They don't seem to be getting more and more distant. They seem to be keeping pace with the train to insinuate that they are following you. But you've already seen them actually follow you, so unneeded information. But yeah, you make your way back to sleep. I will say long rest uninterrupted, and the rest of you wake back up.
Wait, Steven was up too anyway, right?
Steven was up. Steven, would you have done anything? I believe after you sent out Rodan didn't really see anything. Would you have just gone back to bed or?
Steven would have probably got up and just walked out into the like little in between the carts, the little lips where the railing is, and stood out there for a little while. Just looked at the moon.
You make your way out and you see you've come in kind of from this side, and someone standing on the opposite balcony of the lower train is a elven woman. Kind of that similar to Nash with that long dark hair. Seems to be arms folded over the railing, seemingly also awoken by the howling, just kind of trailing the tree line to see if she can spot anything as well. She kind of turns to you as notices you enter, and she nods to you.
And wake you up too.
She responds in Elvish.
Mm-hmm.
Did you talk to her in Elvish?
He would have said it in Elvish.
Perfect. She kind of looks at you and cocks her head, seeing someone with a human speak to her in passable Elvish. Yeah, it did.
It is had my friend Rodan look, but he ain't got eyes for the night, and he'll have Rodan come and perch on his arm.
Let me just roll her perception check for the hell of it. She's gonna need to roll high to beat the wolves. She's kind of leaned over, and as you say, my friend Rodan doesn't have eyes on it. She'll point her finger out and kind of motion you to follow her finger, and she's actually spotted, similar to Nash, movement in the tree line. She kind of points it out. Seems to be a wolf or two just following the train, and after she points it out, you seem to notice them as well.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Rodan, you want to go get a closer look? Kind of see how many we're talking about?
I will say... Oh, this is where rollings for disadvantage and advantage get wacky. They don't stack, so even though they would have multiple, I'm just going to need another straight roll from Rodan.
Mm-hmm. And he's going to get up in the trees where these wolves are and just try to follow them.
Nice.
It's a 15.
Even with the 15, the foliage is dense here. Actually, I'll give another. It's been a couple minutes. Oh shit! Natural 1 on the stealth check. I will say, with a 15, like a handful. There seems to be at least a pack is here. Anywhere between 4 to 5.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we got it's just a single pack. And I'll have Rodan come back and just kind of, he'll be up in the sky circling the train.
I'll say with the 15, you notice they're bigger than usual. These would be considered dire wolves.
Okay.
The lady reaches out her hand and offers for a handshake. The name's Diani.
Yeah. And nice to meet you, Diani. And I'll take his glove off and shake her hand. The name's Steven.
Make a... What do I want to do here?
Make a riz check.
Make a riz check. No. Make a history check to see how much about Elven culture you know.
Nat
really-
20.
I was really hoping for an athletics to see if she just throws him over the edge.
Grapple check. An natural 20. Holy shit. I don't know where you would have got this information, but she seems to be dressed the kind of the symbol. She seems to have an owl mask that she's kind of moved to her side, brightly colored, but the garb that she's wearing, the mask, all insinuates she seems to be kind of the lead hunter of the tribe.
It seemed like quite a capable hunter yourself.
I appreciate that. I'd like to consider myself rather capable. It is unfortunate that I was not at camp when the thing attacked. I suppose still feel some sort of guilt.
Yep, that's I grew up hunting, so I can get a sight for it. Me and the old cane here, and it'll click it and it'll shift into the whip. We've been
Do
through.
all human hunters dress like that? Is that standard
Mm.
practice for?
Not typically. I'm from larger family up north, but they're no longer around. That's why I moved down here.
Were you also not there when the monster attacked? Seems to be referring to what happened to your family.
No, my family taken out by a monster. They were taken out by the other families that didn't like us. So I'm the last one left, but we're working on starting up bringing that name back up.
Well, I wish you good luck with that.
And I wish you good luck with your tribe and your hunts as well.
Thank you. She kind of goes back to just leaning over the railing.
Stephen probably would have sat out there for another minute or two, just looking up at the moon, and then went back inside and went to sleep.
What's your passive perception?
My passive perception is 11.
11. Even with 11, you kind of hear her mutter under her breath. He's okay for a human, as you go back inside.
He'll just smirk to himself. And yep, he'll go back to sleep.
Alright.
Stephen, the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, the rest of you successfully long rest. You guys wake back up the next morning. Dawn of light. You guys wake back up in the carriages. It seems to be in full swing. The bar cart has kind of been served into like a makeshift breakfast, like intercontinental breakfast, like you would get in a hotel. It's a mixture of like the food, like Western food that the carriage had supplied already. It's the bartender behind, like making toast or something, and then to either side of him, two elves seem to be cooking up food that they have brought onto the train. And there are like the two people. Doc is there in one of the corners. She seems to be like having weird charades conversation because she doesn't speak Elvish with like two people on the other side. The two people that you saw earlier in the train are also there trying to have breakfast, and they're kind of like, I don't remember there being this many people on the train. So they're kind of like confused, but for the most part, it's like pretty much the entire tribe packed into one car trying to have breakfast, and you guys wake up.
I'm smelling tamales. Are you smelling this? Is that fajitas? I need some of that.
When Steven woke up, he would have let the group know it. It looks like there's a pack of dire wolves following the train.
Damn, well, I mean, could have Vaughn had done something about that. Pow.
I still can if you want.
If you, they'll probably. I mean, they're following the train, so we can go out and I can send Rodan out to scout, and then I'll let you know. I can be your spotter if that's
Yeah.
what you want to do.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is that going to happen before or after breakfast?
Probably after breakfast. Stephen
Never
wants
shooting on
breakfast.
me.
Okay, that's cowboy knowledge 101 right there. Never
Mhm.
shoot on empty stomach. See, that's why they have shootouts at noon, so that you get
Your
some
breakfast.
food in your stomach. Do you guys just grab plates and sit down at? It's hard to find an empty booth, but I'm sure they're more than happy. Being you guys are the ones that helped to free up one of the booths.
Vaughn will stand. He'll let everyone have a comfortable time.
Steven will go over to where Doc is doing this charades game and try to help Doc through this conversation.
She notices that there's someone who speaks both a human and speaks Elvish. She's like, "Oh, thank God! Can you just tell them this food is delicious? It's real hard. I don't know how to sign language delicious."
Yeah, no, it's I'll let him know.
Yummy.
They what was your name? I didn't get it while we were out helping.
Doc Marston. Happy to meet you.
Steven Von Steven.
Stephen Von Steven.
I went to go roll a history check, but you caught yourself.
Yep.
Stephen
And
Von
then-
Steven. I like it.
Yep. Yes, Doc here would just like to let you guys know that the food is delicious.
They kind of look to each other. They kind of give a chuckle, and they seem to tell her we're more than happy to keep it coming.
Well, Doc, they're more than happy to keep it coming.
Awesome. Yeah, that seems to be the two elves seem to go back to a conversation they were having. Doc seems to be Doc is blue eyes, pale skin, ginger hair. She is using human and using white as interchangeably. She looks like human. You know what I mean? Salt and pepper be the only spices we know, kind of human. So this food fucking slaps. She's loving it. So she's just digging in, and as you begin making your way from that table, the little boy kind of tugs at your pant leg, the same one who told you about the two-headed bear. He kind of tries to get your attention.
Steven will turn around and he'll kneel down to get on the.
Did you hear the howling last night?
Yep. So it seems to be a pack of dire wolves.
He kind of shakes his head. That's the sound the bear made.
That's the sound the bear made. Okay. Well, me and my friend here, Vaughn, we're gonna go take. I got a friend up in the sky that is gonna go take a look, and me and Vaughn are gonna try to get rid of him. So.
He kind of nods his head. He looks at you, Vaughn, and he kind of looks puzzled. He's like, "You have ears like me, but you have skin like him," and points to Stephen.
In Elvish, of course, he's gonna be like, "Yeah, I'm from a different part of the continent, a little bit up north."
Whoa. He kind of never seen a high elf before.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. And he kind of runs back just into this carriage is so packed. He takes 3 steps and is already behind 5 people. You'd lose him immediately in the carriage. Yeah. Also, one thing that you kind of just notice passively when you mention I have a friend in the sky. If you would mention that to a regular kid, they would be have so many questions. He seemed to have understood that concept almost immediately. Just something they were like, "Oh yeah, duh." Of course you do. And then
Yeah.
like had zero questions about it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Has any other conversations been had over breakfast?
You would notice that Steven is getting the elvish food as well, and using it with normal food. So he's like combining it. He's made like a toast sandwich with like these elvish delicacies.
Man, it's the equivalent of having like a steak with ketchup.
Nah.
Fusion. This is fusion. What do you mean?
Steven, you're eating like some of my cousins at my house. I don't know what's done wrong with you.
This is the best way to do it right here.
I don't
You
know
take
about
the best of both worlds and you mix it together.
I feel like something's being soiled here. Something sacred.
Absolutely not. This is how we progress through culinary trial and error.
As a half elf, I gotta say I support this. This blending of
As a
human
half
and elvish
elf, I
food.
gotta say.
You're
Listen
half
here.
high elf. It's different, right?
I'm not. I'm half wood elf.
Are you? Oh, okay, my bad.
As a full elf, I think this is blasphemy, but I'm not one to judge.
I was gonna say that's one and 1/4. All right, 1 and 1/3. Saying it's blasphemy. I don't know how much elf I got in me. I've got to be honest. This is messy.
Yeah, I don't know that math added up, right? I'm confused now.
Vaughn is 1, and then I'm like
Yeah.
1/3 or something.
Oh, okay.
So,
So
1 and
well,
1/3.
then that's of elvishness, but okay. Well, I think there's the human side and then there's the elf side, right? So it's kind of balanced right now.
We basically have 2 full elves among all of us.
Yeah. Sorry, the math hurt my head for a second. I understand where we're at now, though. It's
Mhm,
morning.
yep.
The sun is
Steve-
bright.
Steven speaks Elvish, so that counts towards it too.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, we all speak Elvish. That's fun.
Steven speaks like proper Elvish, though. He speak like a textbook.
Yeah, some of my tutelage was done under elves because they have very unique hunting methods. So I had to pick it up when I was taking lessons from them, and I very much enjoyed their company.
To be fair, these elves kind of talk a little funny compared to me. Like, my family done live real deep in the middle of nowhere. Valentine's got their own dialect almost.
Yeah, you kind of speak with that Telvish kind of accent.
I got like Elvish level 100, if I'm being honest.
Well, the food's good either way. I'm just going to put that out there, so.
Yeah, it's delicious food all around. You mix it together, it makes it even better.
It could have been beans. You still have a lot of beans.
Hey, Nash, you said you grew up in like a village.
Yeah.
You didn't learn how to cook like this? You making raisins and beans?
I can cook.
Nash can cook. Nash has done some good cooking.
Mm-hmm.
We just ain't got. We're on the road all the time. I can't get fresh produce and bring it with me.
We cooked up that crocodile too. Remember? It's really good.
Those are good eats right there.
That crocodile was done clouded that night. I don't remember eating it.
Yeah, you done drunk yourself into a stupor.
I'm surprised you taste anything, Cherry, if I'm being honest. I would assume your taste buds went a long time ago.
Wait, maybe that's why I got such a disagreement with your food, Nash. I think you need to put extra seasoning or something on it for my plate.
I still refuse to use salt. I ain't gonna. I'm saving all your lives by doing so.
I don't know. Deal with
I
the
use
demon
any other herb
or
under the
salt.
sun. It ain't salt.
I don't know if salt's gonna be the downfall of me, Nash.
I would sooner make a deal with the demon than use salt.
All right,
At least you're getting
paprika.
something out of it. Salt just dries out your insides.
Onion powder.
Onion,
Garlic
good.
powder.
I love onions.
Yeah, more.
I love garlic. I love onions.
More, please.
All right. Well, we'll stock back up when we get down somewhere where I can buy some things.
Just out of curiosity, where do you stand on garlic salt?
Nope.
Okay, I was just curious.
It's got salt in it. It's no good.
All right,
So I don't
I was
like the
just-
ocean.
At this point, Vaughn will finish his breakfast, look to Steven, kind of pat him on the shoulder, and be like, "I'll be up top whenever you're ready."
Yeah,
And he's
I'll
he's
head
gonna
up
walk
there with
out,
you.
and he's full on climbing on top of the car to get
Mhm.
the best vantage point he can.
All right, you guys finish up breakfast. You notice that after like all the food has been served, the bartender and like the two elves that are like on either side of him, start swapping food, like just to like get a like. The elves eat their first ever pancake, and like another elvish delicacy is like given. Like they just start like the elves like this shit fucking slaps, and like the elves would give like something like peewee bread to, which is a real Native American delicacy, to the bartender. And he's like, this shit fucking slaps. So like, there's no communication, but they both look at each other like, this is really good. Other than that, everyone just kind of goes about breakfast. Stephen and Vaughn begin making your way onto the top of one of the carts.
Mhm.
Do you send Rodana?
Yep, Steven will get next to Vaughn and kind of secure himself. And then he'll send Rodan to the wooded area to continue to search for these dire wolves. He'll let Vaughn know that whatever attacked that tribe also made that noise, so we may be dealing with some sort of large dire wolf or two-headed dire wolf or something of that nature as well. And he'll send Rodan to where basically the tree line would be to search for dire wolves, or these where they would be at now.
Mayor, give me another perception check from Rodan. This one with advantage because it is bright out.
21.
21. Don't fuck me. With a 21, you notice paw prints. Rodan has to go quite far back, perhaps even out of your telepathy range to pick up the scent. But they seem to, after what you consider is maybe like an hour ago, like during daylight, like probably like just before breakfast, a bit before then when people started waking up, the wolves started to pair off deeper into the forest.
Okay.
And at that point, Rodan would have lost the tracks.
Yep. Rodan would probably, once tracks were lost, come back, and then Stephen would have let Vaughn know the wolves have gone deeper into the forest, and that they probably won't show again until tonight.
All right, we can set up again here later on this evening.
While you guys are both on the top of the train, can I get a dexterity saving throw from both of you as the horn of the train gets sound and the brakes get put into gear at like max speed?
Oh boy, 16.
20.
Yeah, both of you make the save. You guys are just seemingly in the horn is what gives you the time to kind of brace yourselves. You get into like a lower stance and the train grinds to a halt and you guys kind of like kind of shake on top. Everyone inside, Nash and Cherry, I believe you guys still, you see, since not many people are actually sitting down in the booths, a lot of people just slide to the front of the cart. Food kind of goes everywhere. But the train gets slammed. The brakes get slammed on.
Considering how abrupt it was, Vaughn's immediately gonna like parkour across the top and run
Yep.
towards the front.
Steven will follow behind and send Rodan up ahead.
Sweet. You guys are probably on like the first residential cabinet, so you jump to the bar one and then jump to like the actual train, like looking on either side of like the massive steam conductor. You notice a couple massive trees have like fallen onto the track.
This is probably the dire one. All right. Rodan's gonna be circling high alert, looking for anything that's be it human like bandit or any type of animal that is going to be watching out for this or could have created it.
Sweet.
From our vantage point, can we tell whether or not the tree was like cut down, if it was pushed down, or if it? I doubt that this is a natural cause kind of thing, but maybe.
Make a investigation or perception, both of you, whichever one you would like.
I will do investigation. That's 12.
12. And Stephen?
Investigation and perception. 3.
Oh. Stephen, you see this in your
face.
Yeah, you look at it and you're like, oh, like a wind must have blown these trees. It's unfortunate. But with a 12, what you notice is there are no stumps. Like, if these trees were to have fallen, there is no originating stumps either side for, like, it makes sense for these to fall naturally.
Oh, no.
So, after just about a couple minutes, you notice, attendants of the train and the captain begin making their way just to kind of, like, evaluate the situation. I will keep Rodan in mind, and I will tell you when that comes up, but he is overhead patrolling. Yeah. So these, I'd say, like, the captain, the conductor, that's the word I'm looking for. You don't captain a boat. The conductor. And
you captain a boat.
Yeah, Clay has been sitting on that the entire session. The conductor of the train and 2 attendants are kind of over there. They seem to be chatting, kind of like scratching their head about that. And what's everyone else doing?
Man, this goddamn train doesn't stop all the goddamn time. This is...
It's your second time now in 2 days. That one was a abrupt one, though. You think we should go check what that's about?
Yeah, we'll see if a doc steals my thunder again. I guess I'm just lightning out here, goddammit.
I mean, I gave Doc cocaine, so if she uses it, she's probably gonna steal it again.
God damn it!
Sorry, I wasn't trying to actively work against you there, but Doc seems like a good person, healing people. Anyway, the damn train's done stopped. We should go take a look.
Cherry's gonna walk out. She's gonna have like the hands on the hips, just staring at.
Like one hand here, like what? The sun's bright. What's happening?
Alright, Nash and Cherry both give you the same option, investigation or perception, just to look over the situation as you guys begin making your way out of the front carriage and in front of the train. You see the attendants. You see one of the attendants run back to the train as the conductor and perception, nice. The conductor and the one remaining attendant, 9.
All right. What the fuck is going on?
You gotta tilt your hand like this. It blocks the sun better.
Well.
Nash, you see the same thing that I believe Vaughn saw, in which there are no originating stumps. But the second thing you notice that Vaughn didn't catch is these aren't clean breaks. Nothing cut these trees. They were ripped from the ground and placed where they are.
Cherry, I see some mighty troubling. Squint your eyes a little bit there. That tree ain't naturally supposed to be there. You can see the root system there kind of ripped. Follow it back. There's no originating point. Someone put this tree here.
And what the?
My hand is immediately on my gun.
What could have picked up a tree?
I don't know. Something big.
Does Vaughn hear this from up top?
Yeah, I would say that Stephen and Vaughn on the top of the first, the actual train portion of this carriage. You see kind of Nash and Cherry come out with the concerned lady kind of now what's going on here, and you can hear this conversation from above.
As soon as Vaughn hears that it was ripped out, immediately scanning the area.
Yep.
Steven's like, Nash, Cherry, get up here. Up on top of the train. Up on the roof. You
And
get a
Steve
better
is
Yell at
view.
each other real loudly from you up there and us down here.
Yeah.
As you guys are calling out to each other, the conductor seems to have, not the conductor, the attendant that got sent back into the train seems to come out with what seems to be like a toolbox. You kind of overhear conversation between the conductor and the two attendants. They seem to, even with the amount of people they have here, this seems to be too, like, there are multiple trees stacked, like 3 or 4, and they are huge.
Oh no.
So they have come the plan that, just from overhearing conversation, they cannot remove these, so they're going to attempt to cut it down into more manageable pieces to kind of clear it. So you see one of the attendants gets like an axe, like another one has like a saw, and they're just going to do their best to try and clear it up.
Y'all be
Anybody
real
who's
careful.
not clearing this should get back in the train. Some sort of animal put these here.
Can I get a perception check from Rodan and Nash?
Mm-hmm.
I was say some sort of animal with sentience enough to drag trees and place them in front of a train track.
19.
Which is the worrying
19.
part.
From ahead of the tracks where these trees are placed, you notice this pack of direwolves seem to be enclosing. Not been able to see from where you guys are kind of standing, not been able to see from behind the trees, but Rodan does pick it up. They are in complete hunting mode. They are low to the ground. They are stalking through the trees, approaching the train.
Everybody get in the train. There's dire wolves coming. Vaughn, that direction. Keep an eye out.
All right. You guys, the conductor and the attendants kind of like drop whatever gear they're having. They run back into the train. A few of the elves who are like kind of just curious to what's happening, they hear that, run back into the train as well. And let me just place you guys on the map.
Oh shit.
Steven will also begin to make his way down off the top of the train and guide people and get ready for these dire wolves that are.
Awesome. And I will chuck this here. Everyone, place yourself where you think you would be. People, Stephen, you're starting to rally people back into the train. I would love everyone to roll initiative, and I think after that, that's where we're going to take our break.
All right. Make sure you click your token, everyone. Friendly reminder.
Oh, before everyone rolls, I'll get this up. Perfect.
23. Let's go.
Look at that.
Of course I got a 9. God dang it.
You're looking through a bird's eye right now.
A
That's
literal
fair.
bird's eye view.
All right.
Ready for
I'll
break?
roll for. Give me 2 seconds. Actually, this doesn't need to happen on stream. Yeah, absolutely. Run to break. We'll see you guys in a couple minutes when we come back with some Wolf Combat.
All right.
And we're back. Reasonably on time, if I believe. And let's get into. God damn it, the music literally stopped as I fucking opened in. Let's get into some Wolf combat. First up on the initiative block, Vaughn, what are we doing?
Okay, so big important question.
Mm-hmm.
I
Shoot.
I will literally shoot.
Mm-hmm.
I have the assassinate feature. Would I have surprise on these wolves?
Given the fact that the wolves have approached you, I'm not gonna give. I don't think the surprise condition is
Okay,
in effect.
okay, it
If
was
you have
worth a
anything
shot.
that states that you have to like before they act in initiative, which I think the assassin subclass has a few of those, you're more than welcome to use those.
I thought you
Just
had to, if you went before them, couldn't you?
well, it says you get the drop on your enemies. You have advantage on attack rolls against a creature that hasn't taken its turn yet. Oh
Yeah,
wait,
so you would have advantage.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, in addition, any hit scored against creatures that is surprised is a critical hit.
Okay, so that's the caveat. These creatures are not surprised, but you
Okay.
do get advantage because they are yet to act in initiative. Perfect.
Okay. Advantage regardless, because Vaughn. Yeah. I'm gonna fire at the closest one. 27.
All right, closest one. That is Wolf 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 27 definitely fucking hits.
All right, so that's 11 points of piercing, and ooh,
Nice.
15 points of sneak attack damage.
Jesus Christ, this thing is already limping. Yeah, these don't seem anything remarkable about them. You guys have fought, I think you fought dire wolves before. Just a really big wolf. One bullet, especially from someone as good as a marksman as Vaughn, tears right through it, and a loud yap is heard. The wolf begins to whimper, but it does not drop. Is that all for Vaughn?
Just because I can, cunning action, I'm going to use the hide action and try and conceal myself as best I can on top of the train cart.
Sweet, too easy. Let me see that stealth check.
That's a 15. Ignore that natural 20.
Mm-hmm. I love ignoring natural 20s. Will that be all for Vaughn?
Yes, that'll be it.
Perfect. Next up, we have Nash.
Nash, this is gonna take one step up towards Cherry here, and I'm gonna hold my action if a wolf gets within range of my short range of pistol.
All right, we'll do. Holding action next up are the wolves. Let me just see something around here. I'll say this wolf is going to make a beeline here. So yeah, your pistol would go off against this one.
Cool. So let's 25.
25
Damn.
definitely
That's
hits.
almost great. Damn. 18 piercing damage. Or no,
18.
that's doing the crit, I think. 10. I think it
yeah.
auto did the crit. 10.
Yes,
Yeah,
a D8, D8 plus 3, which is you rolled 7 plus 3, so that's just a regular 10 points of damage. Not too bad, not too bad. Yeah, this wolf begins leaping. It is about the size of, I was going to say a lion. I don't think lions exist in Yerra. They're probably about the size of a horse. This thing is massive. It is bounding at you, but even in kind of your frazzled state, you quick draw and, I want to say quick draw, you've ready this action, so you put a shot into the chest of the wolf, but it keeps coming at you. You see a second one also bounding through the tree line at you. These guys had to dash to get here, so nothing, no actions on their part. However, these ones can absolutely... Okay, this one's going to have to dash, but this one can get here. This one, where can this one get? Where can you get, friend? You can get right next to your pal. Not that. And then you will dash to get here. So that's only 2 attacks against you, Stephen.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how this goes. Direwolf, what do they have? +5 to hit, not too bad. That is a natural 20 for a 25.
All right.
Right. And that is also, second one is a 16.
16. I'll defensive duelist the second one.
Alright. Defensive duels, the
You
second one.
missed. We'll take the natural 20 though.
Yeah, on. I got another D6 in my dice tray somewhere. Where are you? Seriously, where are you? Alright. This is plus what? +3. If the target is a creature, it must succeed a DC 13 strength saving throw. Oh, interesting. You know what? That is 16 points of damage.
Okay, and is all of that slashing, piercing, or blunt?
Yes, that is non-magical piercing damage.
Okay, so that -3.
And I need a DC 13 strength saving throw from you, please.
Mm-hmm. 16.
See, 16. So you save the DC. Awesome. It kind of pounces on you, and as its claws right down your chest, it bites into your shoulder. Blood starts pouring down over your jacket, but you are not knocked prone. That is the wolf's turn. Next up is Sherry.
All right. You got flanking in this, right?
Yes. Flanking grants advantage.
It's the angle. I guess I would have to take an opportunity attack. No matter which angle, right?
Where are you
Here.
trying to get to?
Or would it be right here? What's that?
Yeah, no matter what you're doing, I would say either of those two work, but no matter what, you are leaving range of one of the wolves, yes.
Alright, well... either of these wolves been hurt?
The one right in front of Nash got popped off the bat.
Okay. I am going to shoot it with I guess I really want to kill this real quick, so I'm gonna use my pump action shotgun. It'll be at
Go for it.
disadvantage, right?
Because you get within point blank, absolutely. Is it sword off?
No.
No. You should saw it off. Gets rid of that disadvantage, real handy.
22?
22 still hits?
14, and then I'll put a little divine smite on that. I'll do a first level divine smite. Just sprinkle it in there.
Alright.
Sprinkle.
Alright.
Was that 2d8
Oh,
radiant?
2d8, you have the chance to kill it here if you're all nice. If you're all high, nice and high.
2d8. 10.
Ooh, this thing. Nash, you see the shotgun kind of get placed right next to your chest as it's put into the face of this wolf, and it goes off in something about the way Cherry fires a gun naturally has something weird element to it. You've never seen a shot like this before. It has packing some serious punch. Fire and brimstone and smoke pour out of the kind of chamber when the bullet flies out, and this wolf gets pummeled, but it's still up.
I mean, my teeth chatter. I felt vibrations coming from that cherry.
Yeah, Cherry, describe what your divine smite looks like.
Oh, her divine smile looks like a major upgrade to her fucking blood eater bullshit. It's like a strike of lightning. You can see her hair kind of like fizzes up as she like gets static electricity, and the gun it has like that pullback of like powering up, and then there's a strike of lightning, and you can hear her gunshots don't sound like gunshots. It just sounds like thunder. And I'm a fire again.
Fire again.
21.
Both hit.
12 piercing.
How do you want to do this?
She blows this thing's fucking head off. She's like gonna move, and then she's like, oh, well, hold on. She blows this thing's head off. 2 shots.
Yep. One shot, you kind of hit it in the chest area, and it whimpers and kind of drops down in perfect range for you just to lower the barrel a little bit and just execution a shot. Bang. Nash, you nearly get deafened by the sound of thunder as if lightning has struck right next to you, and this wolf just gets put into the dirt.
And now she's gonna go ahead and move right here. And then she's gonna go ahead and bonus action. She's just gonna go ahead and hunter's mark it.
The remaining wolf, no worries.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
since you got a kind of a theme going, your hunter's mark will be these little lightning bolts.
Yeah, you can see it. It's got like little static in its fur. It starts to puff up a bit.
Yeah, the heckles on this wolf is already kind of up because it's aggressive, and it kind of goes even further as all the fur begins to puff out from static electricity.
Yep. That'll be my turn.
Alright, next up, in a rather, you could say, dire situation, but that is Steven.
Alright, which one of these were the gravely injured ones?
The gravely injured one, I believe, was Wolf 4, which is the one right in front of you, this one here.
This one? Alright,
Yep.
First, whip cane attack will go to that one.
Alright, shoot.
And normal. 17.
17 hits.
Alright, that's going to be 15 points of damage.
How do you want to do this?
He's going to whip, and it's going to wrap around the wolf's neck, and he's just going to and head's going to pop off.
Sweet. Whip wraps around it in with a clean slice, like you are starting up a chainsaw, the head pops off.
He's then going to make his second attack on this one. 20 for, let's see, that's 13 points of damage.
Sweet. So this is the one behind you, correct?
Yes.
Sweet. 13 points of
Trying to make
damage.
sure he can give everybody as much time to escape as possible. And let me see, is there anything else I want to do? Nah, I'm gonna save my other stuff, so that will be my turn.
Awesome. Technically, they should have gone before you in initiative, but I forgot. Coming out from the top of the train, standing next to you, Vaughn, you see, if I can get her. No! Ah, God! If I can get her token. You see Diani. She kind of muscles her way up onto the top, and seeing you with your rifle trained, kind of nods her head and knocks back a bow and arrow, and will take a shot at this wolf right here. Let's go! I love when my NPCs are actually competent. That is awesome. 24 to hit definitely hits. Should have got her damage dice prepared.
She's got divine smite too, right?
No, but she has the brute feature, which means she doubles dice on ranged attacks. 9 plus 14. Sweet. She knocks an arrow, and with the grace that only an elf who's been using a bow all of her life strikes an arrow straight through the neck of this wolf. It kind of stumbles and lets out that deep whine, but it is still up. And that's all she can do on her turn. Then Steven should have gone, and then after Steven, you see on initiative count 10, Doc makes her way out of this back carriage, just kind of surveying the scene, seeing if anyone needs help. She notices everything is on lock, so she doesn't do anything just yet, doesn't want to get too close to the action, so she's just going to take the dodge action. Next up, top of initiative, is Vaughn.
Alright, Vaughn's going to bonus action steady aim. The wolf to the bottom of Steven looks like it's on death's door already, so he's going to focus on the one that's directly ahead of Steven.
Perfect.
So 25.
25 definitely hits.
That is 13 piercing and 7 sneak attack.
So that is 20. That is the one that has yet to be hurt, correct?
Correct, yes.
So that takes flat 20 damage. Jesus Christ. Which one's Wolf 1? That's Wolf 1, that's Wolf 3. Yeah, a bullet tears through the front paw of this. It kind of recedes one of its legs back and begins limping, but is still up. Is that your turn?
Yes, that is it.
Awesome. Next up, that'll be Nash.
All right, Nash's got this wolf next to him. He's gonna look at it and kind of purse his lips a little bit, like he's doing a whistle, but no sound's gonna come out except it's gonna be so high pitched only the wolf can hear it. I'm gonna cast Dissonant Whispers on it. It needs to make me a con save. Sorry, wisdom save.
Wisdom save. Plus what? Not bad. Do they? Yeah, they don't have proficiency in this. That is a 9.
So it's going to take 13 points of damage.
13 points of damage.
As it hears this dog whistle, and it has to use its reaction to move immediately as far away from me as it can.
Alright, that is 50 feet worth of movement. So that can get there. And it begins hauling ass. No attack of this opportunity because I believe it involuntarily moved. Yep. I know D&D rules. What about
I'm looking at Cherry like, all right, you got that one. It's run away anyway. I'm going to give you a Bardic Inspiration bonus action.
God damn it, I gotta chase it.
And then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Can I cut through this piece of the train here?
Make a dexterity. Make a dexterity check just to see if you can squeeze by.
All right. Dexterity.
above a 14, okay, you have free movement. Below 14, it will be like difficult terrain.
Okay. 18.
Perfect. Yeah, you squeeze by there without an issue.
So I have to get just enough to kind of pick on what's happened on the other side there with Steven. And that's my turn.
You see one completely decapitated wolf, one incredibly injured wolf, and one fine wolf.
I go,
Well,
it's spawn over
both-
here too.
Both wolves are incredibly injured now, right?
You are correct.
Right.
Yep, every
Right.
wolf has been. Yes.
I was gonna say,
All right.
damn,
I
that
was
wolf,
like, oh.
that's a big wolf. That's a big boy.
Wait. Yeah, no, both of these are not doing too well. Next up, that will be the wolves. They're going to start moving in a bit closer. And I forgot to do this on the last turn. That's completely my fault as a DM. But they do have pack tactics, so they should actually have advantage on all of their attacks.
Gotcha.
So this will be the first one. That is a 19 to hit.
I'll use shield.
Alright, you pop a shield. Alright, and then the second one. That is, oh my god, not very good. Much lower. That is a 16 to hit.
Nope.
Alright, both of them miss. That is this wolf. Are there any long-lasting effects of Dissonant Whispers?
I don't think so. I think he just has to run away that turn.
Alright. It is going to run up to Cherry, and it's going to make just a straight attack at her. That is a 18 to hit.
Oh, that'll do it.
Alright. That is 14 points of piercing damage.
Lovely.
Alright. That will be the wolf's turn. Next up is the Yanni. Number 5. The same one she attacked before. She's going to attack again. Knocks back another arrow. And also, remember when I said I love when my NPCs do well?
Oh no.
Unfortunately, yeah, she knocks back an arrow and it hits the dirt next to it. That's all she can do. Doc is, once again, nothing she can really do. She's going to sit tight for now. Next up is Steven.
All right. Steven is going to again make the first attack on this one down here.
Absolutely. Roll to hit.
Is a 15 hit?
15 just hits.
Just hit. Okay. Whew. That's 16 points of damage.
And how would you like to do this?
Another swift whip pull to a decapitation. And then
Alright.
he's going to rip and in that same swing slash out at the last injured one that he can see.
Right. Just really quickly, as you kill the third wolf.
Yep.
Okay, so a 13, you do miss. And I will say, just to tie things in thematically, you go to attack this last wolf, but as the third wolf dies, you hear a high-pitched growl, almost a whistle of sorts, something that you can easily identify is meant to be signaling something. The two remaining wolves' ears prick up at the sound of this noise, and they kind of lull themselves and begin backing up. They can't do that on their turn, but you feel a sense that these wolves are being called. On that final attack, yeah, you hear that high pitch, disorientate you, the whip goes wide.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, and is that your turn, Steven?
Yes, that'll be my turn.
Awesome. Next up, that's Cherry. The same thing. The wolf that you see right in front of you, you can't see on the other side of the train, so unbeknownst to you, you hear this whistle, the ears go up, the heckles raise, and it seems to begin slowly trying to back up.
Nah, you don't get a run. She's gonna fire twice.
Alright, yeah, roll to hit.
As be a disadvantage. Damn it, a 17.
That 17 still hits.
She will. This one hasn't been shot, right?
This one has been shot once.
Okay. She'll first level divine smite it. So 14 and then 2d8.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have Hunter's Mark on it as well,
Mm-hmm.
which is, what is that? An extra 1d6. No, 1d6. Extra 2 damage.
How do you want to do this?
Man, she blowing off this thing's head too. She's like, no.
As you see it lower and begin backing up, you kind of raise on it, and as it goes to leap for you, realizing that you're not going to let it go without a fight, it pounces at you, and you just gun and mouth pull trigger, and wolf brains scatter to the wind.
To get... Ooh. Actually, yeah. I could get, like, right up here.
Alright, yeah, you begin making your way to the front of the train.
Yeah, so I fired once.
Mhm.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to move Hunter's Mark onto this one.
Alright, can do.
And then I get to attack twice, because I have an extra attack. So the range on this is 30 feet. Oh.
Yep, so within range.
Wouldn't it be at disadvantage? Or is it fine? Because it's 30 to 100 feet. Do I need to back up?
No, anything within 30 is your good range. Anything from 30 to 100 is long range and is disadvantage.
Okay.
Anything past 100 can't hit. So yeah, it's within range.
Alright, I fire.
Alright, roll to hit.
Bang. God damn it.
Alright. Out of kind of the adrenaline of just, you're running around the corner, you've just killed Wolf, you swing around wildly, and once again that thunder strikes. Stephen, bullets whiz by you much closer than you would like, and the sound of thunder. Yerra, you come around with just a little bit too much energy, and miss on the shot. Is that all from you?
Yeah.
Jesus, Sherry!
I'm gonna get it.
Yeah, you're still a little drunk from this morning. Next up, that is Vaughn.
Yes, bonus action, steady aim,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna aim at the last wolf.
Nice.
Natural 20. It can't survive this, I don't think. But
Now I
it'll
sensed
be
that one.
fun.
I knew it was over.
roll. So 15 piercing.
Uh-huh. That's not even with sneak attack, is it? Yeah, there it is.
It's gone. It's gone, I assume.
Yes,
Like,
it's
gone
it's
from
gone. It was gone after the first sneak attack, then you're on a 14 on the second one.
It whistled for the wolves to come back, and there's no wolves to come back.
Yeah. And from above, raining down from an overwatch position, Stephen, you're prepping yourself for the next flurry of wolf blows before a bullet strikes through from the heavens and puts this one into the dirt. You see right next to you, Diani goes, "Woo!" and kind of like punches you like a little bit too hard in the shoulder. Just to kind of decks you there, and she seems psyched. We are now out of combat.
Steven will have Rodan move up to try to figure out where that whistle came from.
Alright, I'm going to need... I definitely think you're going to catch this, because I don't think this creature is very stealthy. No, it's not. Yeah, roll a perception check with advantage from Rodan. I fucking hate familiars.
23.
God damn it. No, I can't even beat this. I rolled pretty decent, 15. You see, lumbering deeper into the forest. Give me, through Rodan's eyes, give me a history check, or a nature check, whatever you think as a hunter you would be more well-versed in. As it relates to monster hunting, a creature, nature or history could both, I could be swayed either way.
Okay. I'm gonna use history. And Steven is hunted a lot. He's done even more research on, ecology, and it's a 10, so it doesn't even matter.
I
You
have
see
7 PhDs. I don't know what it is.
I'm not going to give you a name of any creature. But you see almost. I'm going to give you a description purely based on the visuals of Rodan. You see kind of the back. This creature is two-headed. It has kind of a humanoid frame, but covered in fur. Tufts of thick, coarse, matted fur over most of the lower forearms, over most of the back, these broad humanoid shoulders split off into two thick necks. They seem to have, once it gets higher up past the shoulder, their head's completely covered in fur. They have a low-facing, almost snout-like nose, two small horns, two much larger tusks protruding from their bottom jaw. That's a description of both of the heads. They have almost paw and bear-like lower legs, but their arms are kind of humanoid. They have opposable thumbs, but shorter, stubbier fingers with claws. This creature seems to be lumbering deeper into, realizing that the wolves have been dispatched of, lumbering deeper into the woods.
I don't like that. Man.
How close is it? Like, how far away are we talking?
Let me just look at its speed. Okay, it seems to be moving faster than a regular human, and it seems to be maybe 100 feet out.
Perfect. I love that you said that. So Steven is going to cast magic missile on it. And
God.
he's gonna use a free action. I got Rodan tracking it. It's this way, and he's gonna shoot out, and everybody's gonna see where these bolts are going. Let me mark that off, and then it's 3d4 plus 1 or plus 3. So it takes 9 points of damage, and then Steven's rushing after it and signaling everybody to follow him.
How many? 9 points, alright. 35 plus 9, so it'll be 20. Alright. You see Steven cast out this magic missile. Both the snipers on top of the roof, that'd be Diani and Vaughn. The foliage here is too dense for you to get a line of sight, even though technically it is within range. The only reason these magic missiles hit is because from Rodan's eyesight, you see them go directly up in the air, stay stationary for a while, before dipping down into the tree line, like heat-seeking missiles. And as this thing you see through Rodan, it takes boom, 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 3 shots to the back. It kind of not really stumbles, but you see the force propels it forward, and it continues going. You have a feeling that if you chase after it, you're not going to beat this thing in a running race. But you can continue to track it into the forest if you wish.
Steven will say this is I believe this is the thing that attacked your village in Elvish, and he is going to attempt to follow it, and he's going to have Rodan follow it as best as he can as well. And he's going to try to stay within range so he can see from Rodan's eyes.
Alright, awesome. Steven begins making his way deeper into the woods. You see Diani's going to drop down off of the tree, off of the train, land on her feet, sling the bow over, and look to you, Vaughn, as in, like, I'm willing to go help you out with this. You see behind you, Nash. Doc kind of does the same thing and kind of squeezes her way through it, kind of pokes her on the shoulder as she's, like, sucking in to try and, like, wedge herself. Kind of like, do you mind if I just get through here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright, she will pop her way out.
Nash don't move, just like, go ahead.
Yeah, and Cherry, if you can feel free to reconvene. What's kind of the unanimous decision here?
Didn't Steven done run off, didn't he?
Yep. We're gonna go after Steve. I think yell back like, all right, y'all clean up the tree. We'll be back in a moment.
You see the conductor. All right, we'll do. You two, points to the attendants, kind of picks up this axe that he was wielding before. They run in with it's like one of those massive old timey two people saws that you kind of like go back and forth with. They bust that out. The conductor goes in with the axe. They start to move to the tree. Yeah, Diani starts like hoofing ass after you. Something about Alvin theology makes them a tad bit faster than humans. So he manages to catch up to you, Stephen, and then when it reaches you, starts matching pace. The rest of you are welcome to go chase after.
Vaughn's actually going to take the extra time to go to the back of the train and pick up Argisax, and he's going to have Argisax use all of his actions possible to dash.
Ooh. What is the... What is the speed? It's 60 foot for horses, I believe, correct?
All of our horses are just regular riding horses, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Their speed is 60 feet, actually, so 120 feet if it's dashing.
Yes. I'll say with this head start you get on it, 360.
Now, I would have to be fair, I would have to go all the way to the back of the train, get him, and then kind of play catch up.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm thinking. And it's also, you're going to run into this issue of, if you would like to, okay, real quickly, who's going after Steven? Diani took chase. Is Cherry going after Steven as well, and Nash?
Yeah, by foot. I'm following.
Okay, Nash is going on foot. If Nash goes, Doc's going to follow after on foot. It's just you left at the train, Cherry.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to follow that. What if something else attacks the train?
I thought about that as well, but
keep in mind, you have an entire Alvin hunting party protecting the train.
Yeah, I think Cherry would go grab her horse, seeing that, cause she'd be like, God damn it, Steven don't run off, and then Nash run off, and then she'd see Vaughn like go get the horse, so she'd be like, all right, and go grab her horse and go after.
All right. So everyone else takes off foot except for Vaughn and Cherry. Now we're going to run to a bit of a dichotomy here. The on group foot is not as fast as this creature. They are slowly getting further and further behind. You can tell from Rodan, this thing is steadily outpacing you. Once the horses come up, once they breach that gap after a certain amount of time, are they going to keep pace with the foot party, or are they going to go off on their own to try to catch this thing?
Argisax is going to get within 200 feet because I have a 4x scope, and I will take shots once I'm within 200 feet.
Right. I'm going to give this thing 3/4 cover.
Okay.
Because the foliage at 200 feet, the foliage of this, like, that's so many trees between you and this creature. So I'll give you one shot at 3/4 cover.
Give a Bardic as I see Vaughn right by me. You got this.
Okay.
Go for it. I will also, when they get close, look from Rodan and use my last spell shot to magic missile to point it out again, so they can kind of catch up.
All right, roll damage for that magic missile, and as you guys come up, you see the magic missile zoom through the trees to kind of give you a bit more of a pinpoint accuracy where you're actually going to hit this thing. You see, as it's going, you see glimpses of movement through the trees, literal slivers of movement, and you're going to go try to take a shot at it.
All right, and I will bonus action steady aim it.
Makes sense.
Your horse's head.
21.
21 hits.
All right. That's 14 points of piercing. And 11 more points of sneak attack.
So that is 25 in total. God, I can't do math. All right. 5 plus 2, 7. Yes, okay. Phew. Yeah, you see it hit it in the top shoulder blade, and at this point, it actually loses its footing as just the sheer impact of a sniper rifle round hits it. It grabs on, and at this point, it's on all fours. It begins to gallop and begin going forward. We run to the issue now. Do the horses stay with the foot group, or do you try to put distance between you and it?
Are we gonna chase this down?
Vaughn's chasing it down. He's gonna have Argisax sprint again.
I could. Well, I could grab either Nash or Steven and get him on the horse.
With 2 horses and 6 people, 2 people are being left behind, even if you take the time to double up on horses.
I know. I'm saying I could take one person.
Steven, he's better in the fight than me.
I'll grab Steven.
Steven will hop on.
I'll catch up. I can track well. Oh man, it's fucking far.
It's bleeding real bad now. So
Yeah,
just track the blood.
I am. God, there's my own blood in my mouth here. Anyway, I haven't seen that in a bit.
All right.
The music.
You guys begin slowly catching up to this creature. Give me 2 seconds, because I didn't actually think. I kind of forgot I gave you guys horses, which honestly is on me.
I didn't forget him this time. I've forgotten him this entire campaign, but I didn't forget him this time.
Not this time, Sam. Not this time.
So what I'm going to do here is weaving in and out of trees. From this point on, I'm not going to give you any more shots, but I will say you can catch up to this thing, the horse group. So horse group is Vaughn, Cherry, Steven.
Mhm.
All right. I'm going to place you guys on this totally brand new map. Totally brand new. Completely different. It's a different map. Place
Totally
yourselves in the lower. Place yourself in the lower
Well,
part of this.
where? How low?
Just anywhere. Let's say I'm gonna give you like a 5. Within 5 squares at the bottom.
Oh, within 5.
5 feet?
will-
5 squares.
Yeah, within 5 squares at the bottom. I'm going to need Vaughn and Cherry to become big Vaughn and Cherry.
Okay.
I don't think we can make
I
this.
don't. Yeah, I don't have that ability.
Big Vaughn. Big Cherry, because you guys are riding your horses. Steven, you are on Big Cherry. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to give you guys a little sneak peek of what you guys are fighting. I'm going to place this here. Boop. It is this big.
That thing looks crazy.
He's just a little guy.
It's a little guy.
I'm then going to do this. Don't panic. It's fine. And I'm going to place him in a certain part of the map. I'm actually going to roll for stealth here. God damn it! Why? I'm gonna place him here. I'm going to need everyone to roll initiative.
Let's go.
Alright. Don't fuck me. You have a shit dexterity. Just do good at this. Alright, maybe in the fucking box. Not the best. Alright. First up in initiative, Steven, what are you doing? You guys begin galloping into this bit of an opening where you think you may have cornered this creature. What's Steven doing? You don't know where it is at the moment. It is hidden. I have rolled stealth for it. It's not very good. You'd probably be able to find it real easy if you checked.
Steven's going to see if Rodan has like looked through Rodan's eyes to try to find it.
Mhm.
Um,
This is going to be your action on this turn.
okay. Yes, that'll be completely fine because I'm on horseback. Can't do
Yeah.
much. 15.
That beats the 3 it rolled on stealth for sure. You see it. It's kind of crouched down in the tree line. Rodan spots it right there.
Okay, that will be so. That was his action. Steven's going to point it out and tell Sherry and Vaughn it's sitting right there. And Rodan says hi. And that will be his action. Or
Okay.
that will be his turn.
Perfect. Next up, that's Vaughn. You've been pointed out where this creature is, and you see 2 of its heads kind of peek out behind a tree. Like, have they found me?
Is it me or Cherry? Cherry rolled a 19 on initiative.
Oh, do you know what'd be super great if I like put it in descending order?
Okay.
Cherry, you're up.
Okay. Crazy. Well, first and foremost, I'm going to use my bonus action to Hunter's Market. Yep, and then I'll just move right here. Yeah. Come on, Steven. And then I'll just double shotgun it.
Sweet. Double shotgun. It's with range here. Roll to hit. 22.
I'm gonna divine smite this. You know what? I'm gonna second level divine smite this.
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
Which is 3d8.
Alright, 14 piercing damage.
And then also Hunter's Mark, which is 1d6, right?
I believe so, yep.
So
29 points of damage.
yeah, that's the first one, and then I'm gonna fire again.
Fire again.
18?
18 hits. This thing is big and very easy to hit.
Can you divine smite twice
Mhm.
on a turn?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So
Yep.
use the spell slot, yeah.
Yeah, how many spell slots you got? You're using a lot of fucking spell slots.
I got a lot of spell slots. I'm not gonna do it though.
Alright, yeah, but you can definitely roll damage. And roll, I believe, Hunter's Mark goes on every attack, not just once per turn.
Yes.
Perfect, so roll another d6.
18.
Alright, you boom, boom, 2 shotgun, 1 charge of this electricity. You see the fur on the right side of its matted kind of forearm, and all the fur up its neck and over its face kind of puffs up. Yeah, is that your turn?
Yeah.
Alright. Vaughn, that's you.
All right. I am going to, first off, bonus action steady aim.
You don't
Mhm.
have to. You're going before initiative.
You're right. It hasn't gone yet, so I get advantage regardless. So I will do that, but I'm also going to make this a sharpshooter shot, a -5 to hit.
Alright, go for it.
Okay, that doesn't hit, I'm sure.
Yeah, unfortunately. You just in your haste to get a shot off and to like do as much damage as possible, it goes wide. It goes right between the 2 heads. You're so used to it. You're so used to a head being central. The fact that they're split apart goes straight between the 2 of them.
Gotcha.
I have to
And
roll that description.
I can. You know what? Vaughn will move back. Whoa, I don't have the right thing selected. 5, 10, 15, 20. And he'll just kind of keep posted up there and he'll ready a second shot when his next turn comes around.
All right. Next up is... What is this thing? I will say, Stephen, Cherry, and Vaughn, now that you're getting an up close and personal look at this thing, each of you roll either a nature or history check to see what it is. And Nash, could you roll a d4 for me, please? We'll see how many
dang.
rounds it takes you to catch up to this thing.
Son of a
do.
gun. The exact same roll I got before. Nice.
Nice. 13, 4, and a 10. Oh,
Ain't nobody knows
Guys,
shit about it.
y'all are hunters. Cherry, I'll say you have heard of a creature from this description. It is called an Etten.
All right.
Taking a bit of artistic liberties from the official D&D Etten, but I like two-headed giants. You know what, Nash? I'm just going to need you to roll a... What's it called? We're going to go back to top of initiative after the Etten goes. If you can just roll initiative for me. I'll put yourself at the bottom somewhere, and we'll just say that you get to when he gets to it.
Can do.
Sweet. Now roll initiative for me.
Where's my thing? 15.
15, perfect. It is... Etten's turn. I'll say we're going to go past you once we're at initiative. That's that one that you rolled. And then the second time we hit you, you will have caught up to the group. Is that fair?
Good to meet. Yeah, totally fair.
Awesome.
More than fair.
Okay. Admin out of the way. And it's officially the Etten's turn. It is going to make a charge attack. Or it is going to use its charge feature. Move 20 feet directly to you. It's actually going to target Sugar.
Sugar.
It is going to make a tusk attack.
What is Sugar? A riding horse?
Sugar is just a riding horse, yes.
5th edition.
That is... Oh my god, it's rolling dog shit. That is a 10 to hit.
That's his armor class.
Really? Alright. You see it charge. It starts ducking and weaving out of trees. It kind of roars out. Both of these heads scream in a low guttural growl. It puts both heads down, tusks rearing, and charges fully. All 4 of these tusks going into the side of Sugar. With its charge feature, it adds an extra 2d6 to this attack.
Yeah.
3, 7, 12, 17 points of piercing damage.
Farewell, Sugar. Sugar is gone.
Is it outright killed, or is it just making death saving throws?
Death saving throws.
Okay. Oh, even I don't want you guys' horses to die, but this is the first time you've brought a horse into combat. Alright, Cherry, I'm gonna bring you back to normal Cherry. Sugar lets out this incredibly just distraught neigh as it rears up and slips off the tusks, falling on its side. Cherry and Stephen both can be dexterity saving throws. I'm gonna say DC 14. No.
Saving throws. Different.
6. Cherry, you are knocked prone. Stephen, you manage to jump off just... You see it, you actually see it charging out of the thing, and you jump off Sugar just in time, land on your feet. That is the Etten's turn. Next up, it is Stephen.
Sherry, you got? Can you heal Sugar? I'll take that on this Etten. And then Steven will go ahead and whip attack. 21 to hit.
21 hits.
16 points of damage.
16 points of damage. Where's my pencil?
And then the second one will be 24 to hit for
24 hits.
20 points of damage.
You two slices, the serrated and dripping with poison whip gets scratched in a massive X position on either side, and it begins to bleed profusely, but it is still up.
Alright, I am going to then go ahead and I'm going to action surge, and I'm going to use my bonus action to apply the worm poison because he hurt Sugar. God, where was the? I have it in my inventory. I didn't. The description's not there. How much? What was the damage it added?
If you
to
search up, it is an official D&D poison. It's
Okay.
reflavored purple worm poison. So if you search that up,
Yeah.
I believe.
Jesus Christ. 12d6 poison.
Oh, ho, ho! Yeah.
Did you see the size of the snake you stole this off?
Yeah, that's fair.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would have got it if you got bit.
All right. 23 to hit for 8, and then it's gonna make a DC 19.
Do you have 3 attacks?
I action surge.
Surged.
Goodbye, soldier. Alright.
And then it was 12d6.
Yeah, 12d6.
Yeah, 12d6, roll it up. This is your one-time use.
Yes, he hurt Sugar. Okay.
Fair enough.
Oh my god.
3 poison.
It is still up.
And then second attack.
Okay, wow. No, you actually... Oh, I forgot about the second one.
15. Another 15 points of damage on that.
With exactly 15 points left.
Hey.
How do you want to do this?
Cherry, get Sugar! How dare you! And he just slashes the whip. Pop, pop. In an X formation, just splits this Etten.
Absolutely.
In
The
the
first 2
four
attacks
pieces.
already left this X shape. Could you focus on me, please? I guess not. Has already left an X formation across this thing's chest, but you plug in the new vial of poison, you shred it out, whip it, and with another X formation, the first one with the poison slashes a deep cut. Veins grow black from each side. His face goes gaunt. This poison takes place almost instantaneously as it begins to puke over itself with just the pure potency of this. Enough for it to stumble back, completely dazed and unaware of the second attack that comes, and another, this time completely deep across the chest. And it just, the 2 heads slump to each side as the chest cavity kind of opens up like a flower, and this thing just slumps down in place.
Nobody mess with Sugar.
Alright, we are now out of initiative. I will say, Nash, you show up at this point, same as Doc, and same as Diani.
I can defib Sugar, by the way, with lay on hands and give her exactly 13 HP to bring her right back up to full.
Alright, yeah, you rub your hands together in the first defibrillator of its kind, electricity surges, boom, and like air breathing for the first time. Sugar kind of does that thing, you know, where like horses, like you put something on its nose like a sticky note, and then all of a sudden loses all control of its limbs. You know, when a horse does that, it just starts riding on the ground, and it gets back up to its legs. It starts bucking. Sugar has experienced death.
You know when a horse does this thing?
Sugar has experienced death.
Yeah, Sugar comes back to life roaring with almost twice the energy you've seen Sugar before, which is a concerning amount of energy. But you eventually take your time to calm Sugar down.
That's easy.
Sam,
That was not cool.
I know. Okay, never mind. You answered my question before I could ask.
Yeah, you don't know what Sugar's saying, but they seem to be neighing.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm here.
We got it. I got it.
Oh, fuck, why not run?
I'm sorry. I got real mad at it. Hurt Sugar.
You'll ever like see, like when you're like it gets dark in your eyes.
You
My
might want to
God.
get that checked out. You might need more sugar.
And I'm coughing up blood.
Oh no!
Nice. Jesus
Well, that ain't
Christ.
new. That's been there.
No!
You
Nice
might want to get that checked out.
tuberculosis.
How does Doc react to this? To this diagnostic.
Yeah, if you're actually coughing up blood, Doc looks at you. Do you want me to take a look at that?
Leroy says fine. I asked him a while back.
I don't trust Leroy. You said he
Now
uses.
hold on.
All right, yeah, I shouldn't have said that. Leroy's your friend, but do you want me to? It ain't hurt to get a second doctor's opinion on this matter.
If you want to take a look at it, that's fine.
Right, we'll get you back on the train. I'll give you a look over there because that can be real dangerous, Nash.
I mean, it's just blood. I got plenty of it.
Sometimes when you bleed out of places, you ain't meant to be bleeding. It don't matter how much you have. It's a symptom of a much larger issue.
Just your word for it, Doc. Anyway, y'all good here?
Yeah, Steven took it out. No problem.
All right, Argosax, you're gonna have to let me up on.
Yeah,
I think Nash just starts
Vaughn's
like-
gonna dismount and let Nash climb up, and Vaughn's gonna walk up to the Etten and kind of carefully remove one of the tusks.
All right. Make a sleight of hand check, or just straight dexterity, whichever one you prefer.
It doesn't matter. So sleight of hand, 12.
No, it's not the best work you've done on dissecting an animal, but the tooth comes out, the tusk comes out without an issue.
All right. Vaughn's gonna examine it and toss it to Steven. You got the kill, so you got the spoils.
Appreciate that. Got real mad there. May have used it at one time. Used poison on this thing. But it was worth it. We got it. We took it down.
Yeah, Sugar's
now we
honor
have
was on the
some-
line, so it was well
Mhm.
worth it.
Absolutely, I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Also, forgot to mention, you know how our papers got burned up and we didn't have any record.
Oh yeah.
I still have the basilisk skull. It's roped on to Chlamydia. So it's probably just the skull now at this point. It's probably all rotted away, but we can take
It's
its head too.
disgusting that you just been
Mhm.
riding with that.
Yeah. Well, it's a good
Actually-
thing I was, because we got proof now.
I actually have the gator head on my on my
Oh
horse.
Lord.
And,
Actually.
There we go. We got our full rapport.
yeah, and I have the sea dragon teeth on my rifle as well as the crocodile tooth. We've got plenty of proof, is what we're trying to say.
You also
There we
have the
go.
signed off from Dr. Kirby, the signed off
Mhm.
forms for the snake, and you now have an Etten to add to the collection.
All
We're
right.
regular hunters. We're doing well.
Steven will look this over. Is there anything else he thinks he can salvage from this, Etten?
I would say you could probably get all 4 tusks. That's without issue. The horns are a bit more difficult because the horns are actually out of the skull, so that would be a bit weird to get out. You could try and get the 2 skulls out if you want.
Yeah, he'll attempt to salvage both skulls. And I assume it's a sleight of hand.
Vaughn will assist if you will allow me to.
So with advantage, sleight of hand.
That is 23.
Yep. Easy done. You pop the actual bones of the skull off the spinal cord. You sever any connecting tissue. You can either skin it here, take a few minutes to kind of just shed it back to its skull, or just kind of hope it sloughs off with the day's travel. But I think people back at the train would get kind of annoyed if you stunk up the booths.
We'll skin it here.
All right. Someone give me a investigation check if someone wants to look over the Eton.
I'll do it.
Some
21.
With a 21 investigation, you notice that around its waist, it seems to have strung a series of bows around what seems to be like a makeshift belt.
Okay.
With a 21 investigation, you notice one of these seems to be a lot more intricate than others. All of them seem to be elven in nature, kind of from different tribes, perhaps a species come across in the past. But one of them seems to be incredibly ornate. Still elvish in design.
And this is a bone? Is that what you said? Or?
Oh, bows.
A bow. Okay.
Yeah. It has kind of run a piece of like string or leather, whatever it seemed to have found, to run it through all these bows and then tie it at its waist.
Okay.
So they kind of jangle off like a belt.
Vaughn is going to examine the ornate bow. Can he gather any kind of intel from it?
Make me an Arcana check. I'll give you advantage because you have just studied with the elders about
16?
16. This is a +1 longbow.
Ooh. Okay. Vaughn's gonna kind of look to the group and be like, "This is a good bow."
Yeah, looks like it. And you know how to use a bow?
You guys were done talking about how you train with bows and shit as kids, so I don't.
Yeah.
I can use a bow, but I'm a close up kind of guy, so might be better on someone else.
And I don't have any arrows to go with it, so I'm sure we can pick some up. But
I mean, maybe it belongs to one of the elvish people too. That's quite possible.
Yeah, they get first dibs, of course, but
I mean, we have someone with us, right? So it look familiar.
Yeah,
Diana should be coming up
Yep.
here soon.
Diana came up with Nash, so she's just kind of been floating around. Over here in the conversation. Doesn't look like anyone of ours.
Interesting.
I'd be more than happy to take it. I'm sure anyone back at the train would love to have it as well, but you guys helped us out a lot. It's the least we can do.
For now, Vaughn's gonna kind of sling it over and he'll hold on to it. And it's a +1 longbow?
Yes, +1 longbow.
Deani, just so you know, there was a kid from your tribe that basically called out this as the thing that attacked. So I just wanted you to know. Said it was a two-headed monster when I first helped you and your tribe moving, and then said it was that whistle that it did was similar to the wolf howls. So this very well could have been what was attacking your tribe.
I mean, it makes sense. The bore holes match up with the tusks. I think this is definitely what did it. Poor kid must have saw it. Too afraid to say anything about it. Yeah, well, Elvish people have been dealing with Ettins for a long time. They completely solitary creatures. The companionship of the other head usually drives them crazy. Sure, they try to keep their distance from other Ettins. If this is definitely going to be the only one in the area, I'll let the chief know. Make a decision whether or not we want to follow you guys back to St. George or see if we can head back to camp.
Yeah, absolutely. if there's anything you want to take, I'm gonna take the skulls because we're going down to a great hunt site just to build rapport and show that we're worthy. I'm gonna take those, but anything else you want, you can take from the inn.
Bit of a long shot. I know you're the one that killed it, but you already got the 2 skulls. Do you mind? I have that tusk that you popped off. One of them.
We got 4. I wouldn't mind giving one.
Good. Diane kind of grabs it and seems to pocket it.
He will specifically not give the one that was thrown to him and given to him by Vaughn.
Right.
He will give one of the other ones.
Vaughn,
Right.
this motherfucker.
Yeah.
Sweet. Sweet. You give Diane the tusk. She pockets it. She seems to give you a little nod.
Also, out of character, I have realized as a rogue I cannot use a longbow, so if anybody else would like it.
I also don't think I have longbow proficiency.
You're a full elf, correct? Or is
Yes.
that's a wood elf that gets
Wood elf, and I think that's only if they take that specific thing. Because I took fleet of foot instead of like the proficiency with a longbow or something.
Sure. You are a half elf, though. It might be different.
Well,
Let me check my
that's true.
character sheet too. Because I'm pretty sure I don't have that, but
I think isn't longbow like you specifically get longbow proficiency? Like it shows up.
yeah, because I have hand crossbows, simple weapons, and some other stuff that isn't relevant.
High elf. Elf weapon trainer. You have proficiency in the long sword, short bow, and long bow.
Oh, okay.
That is a high elf.
There you go. Never mind then. I redact my statement.
Redact your statement. Have the bow.
Didn't happen.
All right. With all that being said and done, the Etin is skinned. I'd say with like these 2 giant-sized heads, even with a few people helping out, it might take 20-30 minutes just to fully get it to a position you feel comfortable chucking it on the back of a horse. Well, that's been done. Anything else happening?
Sherry, is sugar okay?
I don't know. I don't speak horse.
That's a good point. Is she acting weird or anything?
It's sugar. I mean, that's a tough question. That's like if I ask chlamydia is acting weird.
Good. That's fair. Okay, I have nothing else to say about that. I'm sure chlamydia is probably out here in the woods somehow. I don't.
That
Who
hurt like a
knows?
motherfucker. All right. You guys begin packing up and making your way back towards the train.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys begin making your way towards the train, you see out from one of the balconies at the front, the chief kind of pokes his head out and sees you guys approaching, the horses, the whole crew, and he begins to like wave out to you guys. Can everyone give me a perception check for me?
Oh my fucking god.
Perception check.
8.
17.
1 3.
10.
Alright, Stephen and Nash. You guys hear the rumbling of many feet hitting the ground. A stampede coming from behind the train. The earth begins to rumble. As it gets closer and closer, the rest of you also begin to notice it as well.
Oh my god, can we catch a fucking break?
Boy.
Steven's gonna look through Rodan's eyes.
Yep. You send the Rodan out, and we get circling from behind the train up the train tracks. You guys see, or Rodan sees specifically, a stampede of giant ants begin barreling its way. These are about the size of the dire wolves.
I
Oh
really want to live
no.
in this damn country.
There's a stampede of giant ants.
Coming after sugar.
Rumbling, getting closer and closer. You see the chief kind of like he also hears it too, and he kind of turns, his eyes go wide as he looks down the train and sees it coming. As this is happening, the train begins to move,
Oh no.
starts taking off. You guys are maybe like 60 feet away from it at this point.
Do they move? They move the trees?
Yeah, you seem to, in the time it took for you to chase after the thing, the trees have been cut down to more
Nice.
manageable size. They haven't fully removed it, but they've like kind of cut a section out where the train could go past.
Are the horses slower than the train? Or
Oh,
this is
wait.
Red Dead
100
Redemption 2, where I can.
I think this is Red Dead Redemption 2. You could probably, if whoever is on foot is going to have to make a run for it, the horses could probably comfortably gallop alongside it.
I think the full group can get on horseback, correct?
2 people, if 2 person per horse. That means there's going to be 2 people left because there are 6. You can leave behind Doc and Diani. If all 4 of you could make it, but you're going to be leaving behind the NPCs.
I could ride Sugar within 30
here's-
feet and teleport off and let Steven go back for someone else.
How are we gonna get the horses back on the train though?
That's a
We're
great
gonna have
question.
to ride. We're gonna have to ride the horses anyways. So, yeah, you can do that.
Just have him hop on the back. It'll be fine.
Game time decision. Well, you guys are, all of this conversation is going to be going on through your heads. Doc and Diani are just going to fucking book it. They're going to try and see if they can make it onto the train. As they get there, both of them are going to have to make dexterity checks to get on the train. I have the DC for it somewhere.
Here's a cocaine, Doc. Bark inspiration to Doc.
Oh, okay.
Use the cocaine.
Okay. Alright, Diani. They fucking should have this. They are quite good. It is. Alright. They missed the first one, so they're gonna go for the second one with a higher DC. And they absolutely, Diani tries to grab onto the train, but the train seems to just go a bit too fast for her. Doc is going to go for the first one. That is an 8 plus 1, 9. How much is your?
D8.
It's a D8. It is a DC 15 for the first one. They're currently on a 9. With a 6, they could make it. Alright. Fuck it. She's going to use inspiration. 4 on the dice. The 2 NPCs begin making their way. They try to grab on. You see the chief grabbing onto one of the railings and reaching out a hand, but unfortunately they just miss. The train begins going forward, and the NPCs are left behind.
All right. Vaughn is going to immediately ride up to. I'm going to say that Diani because she was the first one, so I
Is
feel
it-
like he would do this as a reactionary.
Nash on your horse?
Yes, Nash is on my horse, and Vaughn's gonna look to Nash and be like, "You take over and get her out of here." And he's gonna hop off, and as his action, he is going to turn into his Hellhound form and start booking it.
Awesome.
And you see like Vaughn just jump off in like in a wreath of white flame. He just turns into his Hellhound form.
Cherry is Misty stepping off to give Steven control of the horse. Getting on
Yep,
the
Steven's
train.
gonna grab control and reach out a hand for Doc.
Saying
Alright.
I'm gonna once I'm on there, I'm like, oh shit, Arcos Hacks, I guess it's us. Alright, yeah. I'm gonna try to
Alright.
Scoop.
They're going to get at a much lower DC dexterity checks to try to mount on with you. You know what? I'll give them advantage because I'm assuming you guys are reaching out a hand to help.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that'll be the help action. This will be Doc. That is fabulous rolls for Doc. That is in 19. So she saddles up next to you. This would be Diani. Natural 20. Diani grabs your hand and like two hands, pulls herself up. You kind of like nearly like go with her with the amount of force, but she completely leaps, grabs the saddle, and is right there behind you. You guys are now Cherry. You are on the top of the train. Two horses are galloping alongside it, double stacked, and Vaughn, as a hellhound, is bounding towards the train. The ants can keep pace with this train as it's beginning to move. Once the train gets to its max speed, the ants are going to start to fade off. But also, once this train reaches its max speed, you guys are going to have a bit of trouble actually getting on board, especially with the horses. So this train is still moving forward. Cherry, what do you want to do on the train? We're going to throw it to you now.
All right. So ants are still coming, but they can't keep up with the train?
As the train gets faster, the ants are not going to be able to keep up with it. That being said, as the train gets faster, the horses might also not be able to keep up with it. So it's a race to get on the train before it takes off completely.
Yeah, but the horses can't get on the train.
Make a intelligence check.
They got a ramp?
They have
This
to in order to get on.
Oh my god. That's a plus 17.
The 17.
She activates her third eye.
Big Brain, you remember just as you guys were being led onto the train earlier yesterday, you remember them taking your horses. You remember the very back carriage is the horse carriage, and you remember the very back of that carriage is a exposable ramp that goes down that they lead the horses into.
Okay. But is the ramp just down, or do I have to put it down?
You'd have to put it down.
Okay.
Up to you, Jerry. You got to do it.
I know. I ain't got much left in me. Could I safely climb down? Can I get it? Where could I get in? Because there are the ramps on the side, so...
The rest of the side?
You said that they had I was asking if, like, they have, like, the ramps on the side of the...
On the carriage? No,
Yeah.
sorry. There are two balconies on the front and back of the carriage. So, like, where the doors kind of connect each carriage is a little balcony area that they connect to. There aren't any... Sorry, I misunderstood. There aren't any balconies on the sides. Where did the music stop?
I done told you the music done stopped a while
I've been
ago.
done stopped for a bit now.
I didn't hear you. I got too carried away with giant ants and whatnot.
Well... can I get in the in-between carriage, and then is there, like, the doors to...
Yeah, you can jump down into the in-between balconies and run through the horse carriage.
That's what I'm doing. To open up the thing in the back.
Ooh.
I was gonna ask, how far are the ants? Like, are they already like at the back cart, or?
There's probably around 60 feet of space between the ants and the train.
Okay. Vaughn in his hellhound form is booking it back to the back part, and he's going to try and clear a way for the horses.
That's sweet. So you kind of begin slowing down to make your way behind the train. Cherry, you reach the inside of this thing, you realize it's kind of like, it's loosely, but you realize if there's a locking mechanism, it's on the outside, because they would lead the horses in, turn the train up, and then lock it.
You gotta be fucking kidding me right now. I didn't fucking know that. God damn it.
You remember there being a ramp, you didn't remember exactly how they locked it.
Alright, well... Damn.
There's a middle bit where you can see kind of like the shadow where you think the lock would be on this mechanism.
Yeah. Do I remember if anyone has the mending spell by chance? Doesn't
Yeah.
Steven
You would
does.
remember. Steven and Nash.
I'm just gonna shotgun it. I'm gonna try shooting the lock with my shotgun.
That's exactly what we thought. Vaughn, are you taking swipes at these ants, or are you just trying to, like, guide the space here?
I'm actually going to use my fire breath attack.
You just want to use cool hellhound shit, don't you?
I didn't realize that I had a fire breathing attack, but I do. So it's a 15-foot cone. Each creature must make a DC 12 dexterity save or take 66 fire damage on a failed save, blah 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 blah. All that jazz.
All right. I would say you can get 3 in the cone. I'm going to make these dexterity saving throws. That is a fail. That is a fail. That is a fail. So 3 of them take max damage. As the Hellhound dashes to kind of deal with the ants, Cherry, you cock your shotgun, blow a hole clean through this kind of flimsy steel, and the back of the tray falls down and slams. It is kind of like hitting the rails and kind of bouncing up like this, but it is seemed to have cleared away for the horses. Nash and Steven, what are you guys doing?
Trying to corral or aim over to the back of this so we can need for speed these horses onto this train.
Basically, yeah. I'm behind Steven, I think, trying to just get this thing on there.
All right. I need both of you to make 23 points of damage. That's not bad. You see the 3 ants get severely charred, but these things are hardy and they are continuing to go. I am going to need a dexterity check from both of the horses. So use the horses stat. I will say you can do it with advantage because you guys are both guiding these horses. You can give the help action.
And also bardic it. Can it understand
Yep.
my encouraging words?
Yes,
I
they
would
can.
say-
Listen. Yes, they can because
In canon, I think
they've understood us before.
I was going to say, with the bond you have with these horses, I will say you can give bardic inspiration to them.
Argos X, you beefy fucking horse. Don't you let me down now. Those ain't show muscles. I know it. Get on here.
All right.
You want to roll for your horse, Raider?
Sure. What's the modifier?
Just the dex of a riding horse, whatever it is.
Okay.
It's +0. It's just straight.
Okay. Ooh.
Okay, I'll say it off the bat. The DC is 12 to get these horses in the back of this carriage.
Natural 1.
Oh,
Well, you had
no.
advantage.
Advantage.
Yeah,
I did
we-
have advantage. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
15.
Okay.
15.
Oh my god. Okay.
Don't ask me to roll anything ever again.
That's
my
a
God.
negatory.
Sugar seems to get its 2 hooves on the ramp, but it just hits a stone and it bucks Sugar off. Yeah. Argus X makes his way with Nash, and I believe you grab Diani.
Correct. Yes.
Yep. As you guys get on, Diana's going to look to you, Nash, get off Argus X, run to the side, and put her hands on the ramp to try and hold it down to steady it, and she's going to yell at you to do the same.
Yeah. Ugh. Oh no. Sorry, I'm so a little winded. If I get off, yeah, I hold it.
Yeah. So, I'm going to give you one more shot at this to see if we can get Sugar back on, still with advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing that they're having some trouble, Vaughn will take another attack and kind of keep the ants busy.
Okay. 14.
All right, 14. A Sugar with Doc, and Doc is freaking the fuck out. She is grabbing the back of your jacket and just head to your upper back, just breathing heavy. But eventually, you guys get on. Does it? If 3 doesn't recharge the fire attack, does it?
It doesn't. So I will take just a regular bite attack or whatever it is.
You really bite attack at the front end.
As Sugar gets back into the train, Steve is like, "Woo!"
Oh my god.
I did not hit an ant, so
No.
I will start running towards the back ramp.
All right. Diani, not really having focused too much before, looks up and noticed the Hellhound, and she turns to you, Nash. She's like, "Hurry, help me pull this up."
Man, this is a tiring ass day. All right.
What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing, Nash? Open your damn eyes.
What? You said pull it up, right?
Diani did.
Yeah, you said help pull it up. Did I mishear that?
Mhm.
Yeah.
No, you heard it correctly.
No, you heard it right.
Huh?
You see
You
Vaughn
see
bounding
Hellhound
over.
Vaughn booking ass after the train. Diani does not know that is Vaughn. It just thinks that is a monster chasing the
I
train.
misunderstood what was happening. Sorry, I thought Vaughn made it. Vaughn hasn't made it on the train yet. Sorry,
No.
I
No,
was
he
looking
was fighting
at
ants.
my sheet and shit to see if I had anything I could do. I do not.
Captain! Look!
My apologies. She's saying pull it on up, but Vaughn is out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm.
All
Comes
she
the
sees is a
hellhound.
monster chasing and is
Understood.
concerned, so she wants to pull it
Understood.
back up.
I will say, Vaughn did transform like to get off the horse so she could get on, so she would have seen. She may still be concerned, but
I will roll. I'm just gonna roll a wisdom for her. I don't think she's the most wise. She's actually. Is she wiser than Doc? No, Doc's super wise. Right, that is a 13. So I would just say she knows it's you, but is concerned.
okay.
With that high of a roll, no one's told her not to yet. So like, I just want to get that straight.
Okay.
So she's like, let's close this. And what's everyone else doing?
Okay, so she's trying to close it while Vaughn is trying to get on.
Yes.
Okay. If I say whoa, wait, hold on a second.
She
That's
stops.
Vaughn, let him on. Okay.
Okay. That's what she was just concerned.
All
So
right.
you hearing that calming her
missed
down.
Something important, so now I'm caught up. Thank you. My
Okay,
bad.
bro.
Apologies.
Wait, you tell her to wait. You tell her that it's Vaughn. She's like she calms herself, and you each say, Vaughn, I'm gonna need the same DC 12 dexterity check to get on.
Alrighty. Let me see.
Not with advantage because no one's helping you.
Okay.
you-
And this is with the Hellhounds stats.
This is with the Hellhound stats, correct?
Okay.
Cheers.
Could you use your bonus action to dash? Could you lower the DC that way because you're a rogue?
Would you allow me to do that, Sam?
I remember writing the magic properties of this cloak. It says it operates as the polymorph spell. Now, could anyone tell me when you are polymorphed, do you retain class features? I don't think you do. No. So
Okay.
unfortunately, just DC 12. See if you can make it.
Okay. And I get a +1 to this.
Really? I thought Hellhound's more dexterous.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. Boom.
There we go.
Okay.
So
What is
you
up
see
with you
Vaughn
and
like
these
running, and like as he's running faster, you see like flames erupt from his paws, and he's just leaving like a trail of white flames as he's running, and just jumps on and gets back in there.
Yeah, absolutely. You hook your Hellhound claws into the front of this ramp and use that momentum to pull yourself in. Nash and Diana kind of have to like jump out of the way as they're holding it down as you leap into it. That's when Diana goes, okay, now, and then she grabs her side, looks to you, Nash, and you guys pull the thing.
Now I'm caught up. I'm gonna pull
All
up
right.
at the right time.
Okay, well, now we're gonna pull. Pulls it up.
Steven will help as well.
Okay, all of you guys
Pull it
start
up.
pulling.
And he'll try to mend the lock once they get it up.
Right,
To
but I was
relock.
just gonna say, Diana goes to lock it, realizes there's a fucking like massive hole where the lock used to be. Kind of buzz. You push through and you start casting mending, and you see the lock seal itself back into place. You've realized the train begins to build up and build up and build up speed. The low rumblings of the ant stampede fade off into the distance, and you guys have all successfully made it back into the train.
Literally, what the fuck was that?
Oh
Literally,
my
what
god,
is that?
that was the craziest thing I've done in a while.
Those are beasts escaped straight from the depths of hell.
Mm.
Also called ants. Yes.
Those aren't ants.
Oh, I got indigestion from all that.
Vaughn, are you still a dog, Vaughn?
Right now, yes,
Vaughn.
he is the dog.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention earlier. I almost locked you on. That would have been bad.
You see Wolf, Hellhound Vaughn just kind of, and then I'll use my bonus action to turn back.
Whew.
Bonus action revert back to regular Vaughn. Regular. Vaughn.
Are you guys okay? Everybody okay? I'll look to the NPCs.
Doc is like, that might be the scariest thing I've done all my life. Y'all hunters are crazy. I can see why y'all get hurt so much. That being said, would anyone like me to patch them up? Nash, we're gonna take a look at that coffee y'all's later, but for now, is anyone in need of dire medical attention?
I got just a bit of bites and bruises, but it ain't too bad.
She's going to go over to you, Stephen. She's going to pull out her healer's kit, and with completely mundane means, she is going to heal you for Let me see. It was a D6 plus something. I can't quite remember. So a D6 plus 4. That's max. You get 10 points, 10 HP back.
Nice.
As she just kind of bandages you up, kind of stitches some of the bruises. Stitches some of the bruises, yeah. Stitches some of the cuts. Tends to some of the bruises.
I appreciate that. And you would see as Steven's like bare body is shown, he's got cuts and scars all over his body. Claw marks, bite marks, just he's riddled with scars. Bullet holes, like bullet wounds.
Damn, Steven, no wonder you stay all clothed up. Don't look like a convict with all those cuts on you.
Like I said, the layers stop the bleeding from showing. So whenever I'm fighting monsters or anything, when they wound me, they don't know it because they don't see the blood.
Counterpoint. If you show those off, people think, man, this man's not unkillable.
Been quite a few tussles, so I guess
Yeah,
it's
put on one of them tank tops, and just walk around with just your fists. Ain't no one messing with you.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, tank top, but keep the same pants. Like you got suit pants on, but you're rocking the tank top with all the scars and all that. Yeah, no one's messing with you, Steven. The top hat too. Keep the top hat too.
So I'm gonna be in suit pants, a top hat,
with your cane. Yeah,
a wife beater, and a cane.
Well, it looks like you just had to do business, so you had to take the top layer off to get to work, and I see the aesthetic there.
Okay, all right.
Steven, I've seen some street fights where they kind of just like grab the bottom half of their tuxedo and blazer and everything. They just rip it off and it all comes off in like one clean motion.
Yeah, I think I've seen that too. Yeah, learn how to do that, Steven.
I could probably do that. I need to get another suit tailored though, so I can replace it.
A rippable suit. Right
off.
I
wouldn't need it rippable. I could just rip it, but yeah.
I don't like to brag a lot, but that was pretty cool. As a hellhound, that was pretty cool running behind a train.
Yeah, that looked sick. That looked really cool.
Yeah, one of the more exciting things I think we've done is with this group. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Almost right up there at the time we went to hell.
Do you say that in common or Elvish?
I think we're talking in common, probably.
Yeah.
Right. Well, then the Yanni doesn't understand you, but Doc goes, what exactly?
It's just
everyone responds that way. Every time I say that, everyone goes like, what? And then everyone's like, oh, he's just talking. Like, why is that a thing we can't tell people about?
We went through this really shitty forest and we just call it hell from now on. You know what I mean? It's just a bad time all around.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. You hunters go through a lot. I understand. Turn a phrase.
Unbelievable.
She Nash, you know that she sees you, but she turns and tries to ignore you. Turn a phrase. So turn a phrase.
Whispering to the group. Is it a little weird that both of our cool experiences kind of involve hell?
No, of course not. Those are adventures of the biblical level. Of course it's gonna be cool.
As she's bandaging up, she just sees the two Coke can size bullet holes.
Turn a phrase. That's a turn of phrase. You guys are safely aboard the horse carriage of this train. making your way away from the Stampede, away from Camden, and at this point, a day and a half's travel out from St. George. And I
Man, it's
think
only
that's
been a
what we're
day
going
and a
to end
half.
the session. Yeah. And I think that's going to be the end of the session. So thank you guys.
Hey.
All right. Thank you.
Sam, do the outro.
Thank you guys so much for watching. This has been Life of Dice, New Year. Tune in next week for Demigods and whatnot, where we're totally going to find Spyro. We're totally going to find him.
Eventually.
And love yourself, love each other, love animals, stay hydrated, and we'll see you next week. Thank you all for tuning in. Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
you